together with the Economic Development Commission, truly worked. The Economic Development Commission, I have to say at this point, I want to emphasize how hard they worked, and the hundreds of workers as well, the small business owners and stakeholders that spoke in front of the Commission over 2 hearings and 2 policy meetings. These are all individuals in their own right, have very, very, very busy lives, but they had committed and continue to commit to this public policy debate because they know that it will impact the entire city of Long Beach, and more than the city of Long Beach. We have workers here that don't live here, that sustain families elsewhere. And so that commitment is not overlooked. It's something that doesn't go unnoticed. While we've all signed up here behind the dais for another full-time job, none of you as individuals do. And when you do stand up and contribute to the public process, it's something that I deeply value and am very grateful for. So I'd like to thank all of you, especially the Economic Development Commission, for the work and all of the members of the community that participated in it. I want to go back a little bit to the disparity that was highlighted by Dr. Cooper in her report of the study. And as I had said before, it isn't anything that is new to any of us, but sometimes when we hear things just very specifically to Long Beach, I think it strikes us differently. We do feel very personally about where we live and the city we live in. When Mayor Foster first ran, I think many of us remember, he talked about Long Beach being a tale of 2 cities. And at that time, he asked us to collectively consider the income and wealth disparity in Long Beach, and that was 10 years ago. And I'll submit to you today that it wasn't only Mayor Foster's concern, nor was it just the council's concern. The residents of Long Beach shared that concern too, and since 2006, we have seen great struggles throughout the world and really our nation. But if I just look at Long Beach, we have experienced great struggles as a city and as individuals. We saw the greatest economic recession since the Great Depression, and it struck everyone. It didn't strike us all equally, but it did strike everyone. And Long Beach isn't unique to the disparities that Dr. Cooper highlights from the LA Economic Development Study. Global inequality is growing. Should that matter to us for this conversation tonight? Absolutely. It is all relative and it's related. And we learned yesterday with a new study that was out that half of the world's wealth now is in the hands of just 1% of the population. And that's significant. Thankfully, that's not the case in Long Beach, but when we look at our local example and we look at how desperately some of our families live, we have to be concerned whether it is as drastic a figure as the global inequity is or it is not. And the level of income concentration, the disparity, has fluctuated throughout history. That too is not new. But what's new is we have an opportunity, we have a collective conscience and an opportunity to correct some things that need to be corrected. And so when we look at this opportunity to do this and we think about the Long Beach way, and some of us have come into this conversation only on this issue, but many of you have been in a larger conversation in the city of Long Beach that I say goes back a decade. And what that conversation is raising the quality of life in the city of Long Beach. And I'm going to look right at Council Member Tonya Reyes-Uranga, who was here on that council at the time, and she can attest that this is not a new conversation for any of us. We have incrementally brought forward policy changes and supported initiatives and advocated on behalf of raising the quality of life in Long Beach, not just for the residents of Long Beach, but for the good men and women who help us live our lives the way we do, the way we would like to do. And so one major example of that, and there are so many other examples that attest to that, is Measure N, which was the living wage ordinance that we passed, that the voters passed. Council put it on the ballot and the voters passed that, and that was to raise the income, the wage for hotel workers in the city of Long Beach. And that was significant. And at that time, we had heard that there were fears by business owners that we may end up shuttering hotel rooms, we may end up seeing great losses to our hotel industry, and that actually was not true. In fact, they ended up posting greater earnings since that time. And so what that tells us is when workers do well, the city does well. And when we ensure that our workers do well and that they are able to support their families and be able to engage in the activities that that kind of liberty affords us, we know that our entire city does well. These minor changes and major changes end up impacting our entire economy, and I'm confident about that, and that's something that gives me great comfort when I look at policy measures that will have a great financial impact on businesses. But as Dr. Cooper had alluded to, and I think Mayor Garcia had alluded to, these businesses are comprised of workers, and these businesses operate on the patronage of customers, and we are all the same. We are workers in one place and we are customers in other place, and it is an ecosystem type of an economy that is really dependent on one another. And so what I'd like to do, Mayor Garcia, is ask the city attorney, I'll ask you actually, and then the city attorney, if I could make two motions, and perhaps he would consider allowing it to be two motions.
Did you had mentioned to me that you wanted to go to the public first?
I did.
And then you want to come back to that after?
I do.
Okay. So let me do that, and let me open this up for public comment. And please line up. Yep.
Oh my God. Yeah.
That's okay. I know everyone's been waiting. It's okay. So, just as a reminder, it's 3 minutes. Timer's up, and absolutely. So, what we're going to do is, guys, shh, please. A couple things. Number one, just some ground rules here. If you need translation, you will obviously get double time. Okay, so don't worry about that. And I'm going to also allow the young woman who's in the front here to go first. So we can just let this lady go first here in the front, and then we'll go from there.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Rosa Ramos. Vivo hace como 28 años aquí en la ciudad de Long Beach. Soy madre soltera de 4 hijos, soy residente aquí en Long Beach y soy trabajadora del Pollo Loco.
Hi, my name is Rosa Ramos. I've been living in Long Beach for 28 years, and I've been a resident of this country for 28 years. I work at Pollo Loco.
Hoy estoy aquí en esta tarde pidiéndoles el aumento del salario mínimo a $15 porque soy una trabajadora que trabajo bien duro para sostener a mis hijos. Hace años tuve que hacer un divorcio porque estaba siendo abusada de violencia doméstica. Nunca pensé que el trabajo era bien duro de quedarme sola con mis hijos, pero como estaba mirando tanto problema en la familia y yo no quería que mis hijos estuvieran sufriendo y mirando todo eso, tuve que tomar la decisión de hacer un divorcio.
So I've been working in Long Beach for 28 years.
Would you mind putting the mic up to your yeah, there
Sorry.
you go.
I've been working in Long Beach for 28 years, and at one time I was not working because I was married, but because I was a victim of domestic violence, I needed to get a divorce and work on my own. I never realized how hard it was to work for minimum wage, and that's why I'm here today to petition the council to raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour, because it's so important for people who work this hard to be able to live and give their children a space to live in that is hospitable and also.
Yo tuve que trabajar para mis hijos yo sola y siempre con un trabajo no me ajustaba para pagar toda mi renta y para pagar todos los biles. Como no podía con un trabajo no me ajustaba, tenía que tener un segundo trabajo y después tuve que tener un tercer trabajo porque eran tantos los gastos que tenía. Gracias a Dios mis hijos no eran niños que pedían tanto. Yo compraba zapatitos y ropa del Goodwill para poder ajustar todos mis gastos con ellos.
I had to work very hard, and when I got my first minimum wage job, I realized I needed to get a second job and a third job. Thank God that my children did not demand much, just a few shoes and the occasional expenditure that I couldn't afford, but I had to do, and thank God that they were not as demanding as they could have been.
Ahora en el Pollo Loco que estoy trabajando, hay veces que me dan 4 horas nada más y todavía a veces cuando trabajo 4 horas, los 10 minutos no me los dan, sino hasta cuando ya me voy me dicen, agarre sus 10 minutos y váyase. Y cuando trabajo 6 o 7 horas, la media hora que me dan, a veces me dicen, vaya y ponche y regrese a trabajar porque está muy lleno de trabajo y cuando haya un tiempo va a comer.
So I work at Pollo Loco, and sometimes when they give me 4 hours, they only give me 4 hours, and they don't give me my 10-minute break, or they tell me to clock out and leave before I need my 10-minute break. And then when I get 6 hours, they give me my half-an-hour break, but they don't give me my 10-minute break. And in addition to that, I also experience wage theft as a result of that because of the 10 minutes that I don't get.
Y sin beneficios porque ahorita hace como 3 semanas me hicieron una cirugía y tuve que acudir al medical porque ellos no dan ningún beneficio para nosotros los trabajadores.
And once I had medical problems, I had to get Medi-Cal because I have no benefits even though I've been working there for over 20 years.
Yo no soy una familia regular como algunos de ustedes. Miren, yo con los 3 trabajos en los 28 años que tengo aquí viviendo, nunca he salido con mis hijos de viaje. Nunca, ni siquiera he ido a poder ir al cine con mis hijos porque con los salarios que gano, que son los mínimos, no me alcanza.
So for 28 years, I haven't been able to live as a normal family because I've never been able to take my children on a vacation like many of you, I'm sure, take for granted. For 28 years, I haven't been able to have a normal family life.
Ahora estoy pidiendo yo el salario que lo aumenten, porque miren, de todos modos, el dinero nos aumenten a 15, a 20, hasta $30 la hora. Aquí lo vamos a gastar en la ciudad de Long Beach, porque aquí vivo, aquí pago mi renta, aquí pago todo, aquí como, aquí compro mi comida. Todo el dinero que gano aquí se queda para la gente de Long Beach, para los empresarios. Todo el dinero lo dejo aquí.
So I'm asking you to raise the minimum wage to $15 because I spend all my money here in Long Beach. I pay my rent. I eat in Long Beach. I do everything here. And $15 isn't enough, but that's all we're asking for now so that I can just survive.
Y también yo ahorita por todo este tiempo que he estado trabajando, mis hijos han estado casi todo el tiempo solos. Parece increíble, pero mi hija, ahora que me hicieron la cirugía, quiero decirles que está feliz por esta cirugía porque ella me puede mirar en la mañana cuando se va a la escuela y cuando llega. Yo quisiera preguntarles a ustedes, a cada uno de ustedes que me están mirando aquí enfrente, ¿quién de ustedes quisiera tener un estilo de vida como este que yo he tenido?
The only reason I'm happy that I had to have this surgery is because normally I cannot see my kids because of my 3 jobs, and now I get to see my children in the morning and in the afternoon because I had this surgery. And I ask you, which one of you would want a life like this, making minimum wage?
Do it for a day.
Solo les pido que ustedes tengan consideración de todo esto, porque así como yo, detrás de mí, yo sé que hay muchas personas pidiendo el aumento y cada una de estas personas representa una familia. Y sé que allá afuera en Long Beach hay miles de trabajadores que trabajan así de duro como yo y necesitamos ese aumento. Son muchos los gastos que pagamos y es bien poquito lo que ganamos.
Gracias.
Dios les bendiga a todos.
Thank you. You can translate that.
Okay,
Go ahead.
thank you. I ask you to raise the minimum wage because this life is a hard life for me, and I need a raise in the minimum wage so that I can live a life that's a little easier, and please, and so that I can actually spend more money in Long Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
My God. God.
Ma'am, guys, please, we have to, let's be respectful of the speakers that are speaking in front, please. Yes, sir.
Mayor, council members, my name is Jorge Robles. I reside in the 2nd District. I'm a program coordinator for Centro Cha. Centro Cha supports the raise of minimum wage in the city of Long Beach. We believe this would allow citizens in our city a living wage and bring economic growth to our city. Central Child offers job training programs for youth ages 16 to 24 years old. At the end of the trainings, youth are offered paid work experience. These paid work experience offer young people valuable skills which make them employable. We are requesting that the City Council would consider providing workforce agencies in Long Beach with an exception from raising the wage. If our work experience wage were increased, it will limit and minimize the amount of youth would receive paid work experience opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, council members. Good evening. My name is Efren Juarez. I reside in the 6th District at 2046 Chestnut Avenue. I was released from prison on June 13th after serving 3.5 years. In August, I enrolled in Central Child's Youth Diversion Program. I have since received certifications in forklift, RSO, HAZWOPER, confined space, CPR, OSHA 30, and construction safety and health. These certifications have allowed me the opportunity to gain paid work experience. I learned communication skills, how to operate machinery, and how to be safe in any type of work environment. Before I went to prison, I never had a job or held any responsibilities. At the time I was incarcerated, I had a 5-month-old daughter. Today, I have full custody. Through the paid work experience program, I learned skills that have helped me gain permanent employment with Central Child. I am a community outreach specialist. I go into the community and provide other young people with information about how Central Child's programs can help and provide new directions in their lives through job training opportunities and paid work experience. Paid work experience allows young people like me the opportunity for employment when most employers are not willing to take that chance on us. The paid work experience program allowed me to demonstrate to the employer my newly developed work ethic, how I am a hard worker, I am responsible, and a good man. Today, I have a new outlook on life. I stand here a new and changed man. I am proud to be employed by Central Child, proud of my achievements, but most importantly, proud at the ability to financially support my 4-year-old daughter. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mario Pimentel Jr. I'm local president of the United Steelworkers, Local 2801, representing healthcare workers at Long Beach Memorial Medical Center. We represent 1,600 members approximately, which 300 of them are EVS workers and food and nutrition workers that don't make $15 an hour, that are starting wage is only $10.19 for this company, Sedesco, who Long Beach Memorial subcontracted out the work with, which is Sedesco, who made $1.9 billion in profits last year. And we can't even get $15 at the table right now. We're in a labor dispute with Sedesco at Long Beach Memorial Medical Center. And we are going back to the table on February 4th and 5th in regards to wages. So we urge, matter of fact, our members demand that the council votes yes on the $15 an hour along like LA. We're no different from Los Angeles. And that's why I'm here to represent the working people. I also want to give an experience too, is my mother, who's also a housekeeper at the hospital, worked 28 years for this company and doesn't even make $15 an hour. That's why we urge, we are demanding the $15 an hour for all workers in Long Beach, and so we can spend our money here and give it back to the restaurants owners that are not in support of this, so that we can spend our money back in their restaurants. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello. Good evening, Honorable Mayor Garcia and City Council. My name is Daryl Alvarez. I've been living here in Long Beach for about 5 years with my wife and my 3-year-old son. I support raising the minimum wage the Long Beach way, which is $15 per hour, city-led wage enforcement, more paid sick days, and no exemption. I support this because I experienced working in a boarding care and didn't receive an accurate paycheck. I worked at a boarding care 7 to 8 years ago, and time has passed. Basically, I was on the clock 24 hours a day. I should have been paid at least $15 an hour, and a boarding care paid at $8 an hour, but I also didn't receive the full amount of the $8 an hour. I had to lift a 200-pound elder up to his wheelchair because he had fallen at a late night. Yes, it was difficult, and I should have filed a complaint at that time, but I didn't really realize in how much I should have gotten paid because I didn't have a family and have a bigger responsibility. I personally was a victim of a wage theft or a low wage. It's actually embarrassing to share this publicly. I'm sharing this information so that other people will not be experiencing any more wage theft. Raising past the minimum wage up to $15 an hour would definitely be helpful for families, friends, and our community. This project would also provide benefits and responsibilities because inflations and extra expenses are rising. Income earners aren't able to save and get out of debt as soon as possible. We all know it is very important to be financially protected because emergency and other sudden expenses is devastating. We are very excited for our community with an increasing income earning and avoiding wage theft in the city of Long Beach, California, where there should be the land of the free. We respectfully fight this right with our hearts and minds in our focus on City Council leaders to act and pass this law. Thank you for listening again, Mayor Garcia and City Council. God bless you all.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Cynthia Cervantes. I am not a resident of Long Beach, but I consider this my second home. I graduated from Cal State Long Beach, and I have been a student intern for Central Cha. And I give a lot of my success thus far to this nonprofit organization and to the opportunities that they provide the city of Long Beach. They help the youth become something when they think they're nothing or they see there's no outcome of their community. They give them the resources, they give them the education, and they give training. I am one of the participants of Central Cha as well, and they helped me accomplish my biggest goal, which was becoming an RN. Yeah, sorry. Thank you.
Congratulations. That's wonderful.
They opened the door through this organization so I can intern and be able to get my bachelor's degree when other people, even in my community, they were full or they weren't taking in students. And I'm very grateful to them. That's why I have returned to help them in any way possible. And just to know that our community starts from the bottom. The investment should be in the youth, which is going to ultimately give back to the community. And in order to help other people accomplish their goals and just live day to day, we need this improvement in the community as well as the whole nation. But, you know, Long Beach is a huge city, and like Dr. Cooper, we're just like LA. LA is a huge county, a huge city. So with the help of you guys and this little step, which is a huge step to many of the communities, we can move forward and help other youth and community members accomplish their goals and become successful. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Julio Perez. I currently reside in the 9th District. I'm a Cabrillo High School graduate. Afterwards, I went on to Cal State Fullerton, received my bachelor's degree in political science and Chicano studies. I currently work for Centro Cha, and I'm here to support the minimum wage increase. I would also like to echo what my colleague said and just be mindful and conscious for us as a nonprofit organization to hopefully be exempt from that wage increase to pay these youth. I myself received paid work experience after I graduated from Cal State Fullerton. Afterwards, I transitioned and worked as a paralegal, and I recently came back to work for Centro Cha as a case manager and also a program coordinator for our immigration department. I've also seen this firsthand working with the youth and seeing that the paid work experience is truly invaluable. So that's just a few of my thoughts briefly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council members. My name is Chris Marker. I work as a registered nurse at Long Beach Area Hospital. When one becomes ill, they should not have to worry about starting or continuing on a disciplinary track, being fired, or being financially unable to provide for their family. It is unconscionable that today, with all we know about preventative health care and how diseases spread, that workers are expected to make a choice when they're sick, potentially go into work sick and spread the disease among their coworkers, potentially contribute to the length of time of that illness for themselves, or potentially face repercussions for having too many absences. As a healthcare expert, it is very concerning that a worker with a serious health threat like cancer might go undiagnosed because of their inability to take off work to be seen. It is important to note that each of us has daily contact with each other and with the workers that paid sick leave would benefit. These workers are our baristas, our cashiers. They prepare and deliver our food. They care for our children. They clean our offices and buildings. They provide immeasurable, everyday, valuable services, and they need your help now. On the other hand, employers will find that providing paid sick leave will benefit them in the long run when workers are encouraged to take care of themselves and not report to work ill, negating the spread of germs to coworkers and their families and enhancing productivity. I think the Vice Mayor pointed out that there was increased productivity and profits among the hotels when they raised the minimum wage for those workers. We need to eliminate the stigma experienced by female workers who are generally the ones earning less. They end up staying home with the sick child. Paid sick leave would be an equalizer, allowing for parents to share the responsibility. Low-wage earners can benefit from the many changes addressed here this evening: a higher minimum wage, better access to health care, stable schedules, etc. But at the top of that list is paid sick leave. We ask that you support the $15 minimum wage and paid sick leave. Sick leave. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, City Council members, my name is James Ford. I'm a resident of the 2nd District. I'm actually... Yes, yay for the 2nd District. I'm representing the Reverend Mitra Rahima, who was called away by a pastoral emergency. She's the minister of the Unitarian Universalist Church of Long Beach here. And our congregation in Long Beach is a member of the Faith Coalition that has been supporting this $15 an hour minimum wage proposal. We see this as a moral issue. You have heard the numbers, you've crunched the numbers, you know that there are pluses and some minuses involved here. We are enthusiastic supporters of the businesses of our community. It is time to be equally enthusiastic for the workers. $15 an hour simply means dignity. We've heard so many stories of wage theft. We've heard stories where the legal wage is so low, it might as well be wage theft. What we need at this point is leadership. You are our leaders. We look forward to your leading us into that Long Beach dream, that Long Beach way. Dear ones, do it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. I appreciate all the hard work you've done on this, and it does not go unnoticed, believe me. My name is Ron Calkins. I have worked in Long Beach for 52 years. I own and operate West Coast Valve Services for the last 35 years, and I probably believe I'm in the minority here. But let me tell you, I did not know how this minimum wage issue came before the City Council, but I do now. But I ask that the Council vote no on this proposal. I understand the need and the passion of those people that support it, but in my opinion, a mandated wage and benefit package can not only be harmful to the businesses, they can create a loss of business and the loss of the jobs of that business. All of my employees receive more than minimum wage, but not when I first hired them in. I have nobody comes into my shop that has applications that qualify for what I do. I bring them in, I train them, I give them 25 cents, 50 cents, or $1 an hour more. All of my employees get holidays, they get vacations, they get medical, they get dental care, and I match the Roth IRA. Now, 10 years ago, Japan had a loss of value in their currency, which they never recovered from. Now, China is having a loss in their currency. When their currency loses values, ours goes up. But they can no longer afford to buy American-made products. That can result in layoffs across the nation because we need to create a job market that is competitive worldwide. We need to make the Long Beach market alternative and more attractive to outside manufacturers. We need to create a job market to feed, clothe, and house the undereducated. We need to help the small business to be and to grow in Long Beach. After World War II, our servicemen came home to pursue the American dream. They built homes, highways, and bridges, but they also started small businesses. They worked in their kitchens, their garages, their barns, and their backyards. Oftentimes, they were self-taught, but they had the love of creation. They made many sacrifices, but they created jobs. Some of them failed, of course, but many thrived. Probably none of us will be a Walter Knott, or a Steve Jobs, or a Bill Gates.
Hold on a second. Let me, sir, go ahead and finish up. Ma'am, we have to let every speaker has a right to their 3 minutes, please. Okay? Go ahead, sir.
Our responsibility is to help the youth of this city. We have to educate them. We have to give them vocational training. We have to create them and give them the skills and ability to enter the job market. Thank you.
Thank you. Ma'am, you can go next. Jeremy, let the lady behind you go next.
Absolutely.
Go ahead.
Good evening. Dr. Lowenthal, I've lived in your district for 8 years. I've lived in Long Beach since the shipyard left. Shame on you. Most of the people ahead of me have said what's on my heart, what's in my soul, what pains me, what gives me a headache. I've been a community activist in this community, specifically the East District, for the time that I've lived here and in Bixby Knolls. Shame on you all that are brown, that look like me. Shame on you all. We voted you all into office, and you have not done the work that you were hired to do. And don't get it twisted. You work for the citizens of the city of Long Beach. You work for the citizens of the city of Long Beach.
Ma'am, into the mic, please.
Don't ma'am me.
What do you want me to call you?
Give me my time and don't speak. We listened to you for an hour and 15 minutes. Let me speak without interruption.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Okay. Don't do it again. Thank you. Thank you. And that's exactly what this is blatant hypocrisy and disrespect. You all vote and fire, and I understand you're leaving and you're not running for re-election. It's time for you to do bigger things because you are a warrior. And all of you, and this Al Austin that had his back, and you that was on your cell phone, you all, this whole entire council needs to be fired. You all brought, and I've been here through Beverly's administration and Bob's administration and now Robert's administration. hypocrisy. Okay, 22 seconds left. You all brought a slave plantation that makes $1 trillion a conglomerate around the world, Walmart, to this community. I helped build in Walmart when it got here. And I've worked for numerous conglomerates, and that is the biggest plantation, slave plantation in 2016 that exists in this United States and around the world. Shame on you!
Time is up. Thank you.
You need to be fired. You don't dare tell me time is up. I listened for a half hour of her bullshit.
All right, that's enough.
And an
Actually,
hour
that's enough.
and 15 minutes of the same shit.
So we're taking everyone that's in line right now
15, 20
can
years of
stay
this
in line.
shit.
Can stay in line.
All of them.
We're taking this board is taking a recess.
Shut up, Robert.
Okay, thank you.
Don't thank me. You know what? Recall his ass.
Okay. I want to thank everybody else for being respectful. Please come forward, next speaker. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, staff. My name is Jeremy Harris, Senior Vice President, Long Beach Area Chamber of Commerce, and tonight I'm here on behalf of the Chamber leadership, Long Beach businesses, and then also, most importantly, the Long Beach Council of Business Associations, also known as COBA. I want to thank you. I want to say special thanks to Councilmember Price for reiterating COBA's proposal. I'll get into that as well, and also Mr. Conway for his due diligence and on our proposal as well. But I'll jump into that. So tonight we welcome the opportunity to give comments on the proposed EDC recommendation that's before you. But let's talk about COBA's process and our proposal on the minimum wage policy. This included an extended business outreach done in concert with the mayor's initiated public outreach program and by the City Council approved report and study as prepared by LADC. It was critical for COBA to do its due diligence for its members and its non-members, the business community that oftentimes is underrepresented in a process such as these. We understand there's a momentum for increasing the minimum wage around the region and in parts of the country. However, momentum alone should not be the reason to enact an ordinance. It should be data-driven, and testimony from those who bear the burden of such an ordinance should be accounted for. While no process is perfect, it's important to take into account the process of trying to provide an economical answer to an otherwise very political and at times emotional issue. We understand there are a number of factors to consider. After completing our outreach of targeting business owners and nonprofit leadership, we'd like to enter into the record and respectfully recommend the following key points for your consideration tonight. We have 4 concise key recommendations as supported by our outreach efforts. These are: 1, a $12.50 hour wage to be implemented over the course of 5 years, which includes compensation such as medical benefits, paid sick leave, and time off. 2, a 1-year delayed implementation for small businesses defined as 25 and under. 3, a 2-year delayed implementation for nonprofits, 501c3s. And number 4, a youth implemented wage for individuals 20 years and younger to be paid at the state of California's minimum wage rate. To get there, COBA met with businesses and nonprofits, as I previously stated, through focus groups and study and surveying. In short, our report was based on the data collected at these meetings along with that surveying. After issuing our findings in a report released in late November, COBA solidified these recommendations with our stakeholders. These included the Chamber, Downtown Long Beach Associates, LA BizFed, and numerous business improvement districts, organizations in the corridors here in the city. We believe this is the direction Long Beach needs to go if we indeed choose to join other cities with an increased minimum wage policy. We believe this is the Long Beach way. As Long Beach is unique to other cities, we're not the same as those others. I thank you for the time tonight to enter these comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. My name is Jimmy Loizides with George's Greek Cafe. You know, I've been through this process a few times with the mayor, and I've been to more meetings than I care to talk about. I need to throw some glasses on here. Yes, eyesight is the first thing to go. I just wanted to start off on a personal to let people know, my background, a little understanding of what we business owners go through, and then some fine points of what I think this should go and should lead. I'm an immigrant here. I came here in 1980 as a 15 and a half-year-old boy. I got my first job at McDonald's as a dishwasher. Never went to college. My family lived under the poverty line until we opened up our restaurants. When I say that, I mean 5 years into our business. I never felt like I was mistreated or badly in any way. My family struggled through those things, but we struggled together. We made it work. And that's just the personal story behind what my story is for. And I consider this country to be the greatest country in the world, because where else could a young man born in Africa come and do as well as I've done in this business with my family and create the wealth we have for our family. And not just my family, but we've employed over 220 people. We started as a operator who employed 2 people, and in 16 years, we're proud to say we employed 220 people. I sympathize with the people that are living under the poverty line and not getting the money they think they deserve, or the people that are being held hostage under wage theft. That shouldn't happen in this country. We shouldn't have people living under poverty anyway. There were so many points I wanted to get through, but the most important point I want to get to, I'm sure some of my other people in line will talk about leveling the playing field, entry-level jobs and things like that. But if we're going to do this the Long Beach way, let's just not say the words. Let's do it the Long Beach way. If Mr. Parkin says that carving out tipped employees hasn't been done, or we don't know if it's going to be challenged or not, more than likely not, let's just do it the Long Beach way and do it. If you're asking us to risk and to sacrifice, I'm asking you to risk and sacrifice with us. There's been many conversations about carving out tipped employees. My tipped employees make anywhere from $20 to $50 an hour more above their minimum wage. I don't think minimum wage was designed for people like that. So I urge you to strongly consider doing it the Long Beach way and going after the opportunity to carve out tipped employees, or I guess tipped employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jimmy. Next restaurant. Next speaker, please. I'm like hungry for some gyro or something. Okay, next speaker.
Well, good evening. My name is Sandy Garcia. I'm a junior at Renaissance High School for the Arts, and I'm an intern with Californians for Justice. And we're a grassroots organization that works with youth to win campaigns for justice in our schools. And we believe that young people are the leaders we need to create the healthy, just, and thriving schools all of our communities need.
My name is Jordan. I'm a sophomore at Renaissance High School for the Arts, and I'm also an intern with Californians for Justice.
With prices increasing all the time, people are having difficulty making ends meet, especially when earning a minimum wage that keeps them in poverty. Having less income means that families and individuals are struggling to pay the bills and necessities they need. So how can we choose to go against what's best for small businesses and the economy? Raising the minimum wage would benefit the economy, as people would have more money to spend. And if we raise the minimum wage to $15, people would earn more money and be able to spend that money here in small businesses in Long Beach. Also, many people wouldn't have to resort to stealing, and thus the crime rates would decrease. Because if more people are earning more money, and they'll be able to afford whatever they need. But if not, a lot of people that I personally know would resort to stealing, and thus, instead having a little job, they would earn the money they actually need for necessities. Like myself, I do have a job, but I also sell candy bars on the side to pay for my necessities like food. I'm going into college soon, so I need to pay for that. And it's $1, so.
Let's start right here, right? Yeah. Okay. The question we want to ask is, why should age separate us? Why should people under the age of 25 shouldn't they should also get the new $15 minimum wage, because the youth are a major consumer group for local businesses. We go to movies, we eat out, we go shopping, we visit trendy restaurants, coffee shops, etc. We contribute a large part to Long Beach's economy.
$15 for all. Thank you.
What the hell?
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Veronica Rodriguez Quincy.
I like your Go Long Beach pen.
Thank you. And I'm here to represent and read a letter on behalf of the Human Relations Commission. Dear Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, the Human Relations Commission's purpose and function is to promote goodwill in order to maintain civic pride and tranquility and enhance and improve mutual understanding and respect for all citizens in the community. It is in this context that the Human Relations Commission submits to the Long Beach City Council the following recommendation: to direct the city attorney to prepare an ordinance for the implementation of a minimum wage policy for the entire city of Long Beach that includes a pathway to $15 an hour, cost of living annual increases to be reviewed after the first 5 years, and comprehensive wage enforcement. The Human Relations Commission over the last several months has discussed the impending City Council vote to raise the minimum wage. Members have attended public forums, heard public comments, and reviewed findings from the Economic Roundtable and Economic Development Commission's recommendations to Council. There is no denying that poverty is inextricably linked to the health and well-being of residents and the city overall. Poverty does discriminate. While poverty affects people of all race, class, and genders, its largest impacts are on people of color. According to the U.S. Census, 24.3% of Latinos and over 20% of African Americans in Long Beach struggle to make ends meet. All across America, cities are taking bold steps to ensure people can live a life of dignity with the ability to provide food and shelter for their families. In 2012, over 64% of Long Beach voters gave hotel workers a raise to $13 per hour, paid sick days, and tip protection. That same year, San Jose voted for a raise for their entire city. It became clear that there was strong support throughout California and nationwide to close the income gap. As Mayor Garcia asserted at this year's State of the City, no one should have to work 2 jobs to put food on the table. Long Beach was a leader in 2012 in this movement to close the income gap. Today, cities across America are increasing their minimum wage. Regionally, the city and county of LA and Santa Monica have all passed a pathway to a $15 per hour minimum wage. The wage level was not random. Several studies have shown that $15 per hour is the least amount a single family needs to afford the basic necessities to live in LA County. Cities such as Seattle have demonstrated that higher wages are better for the entire community. And as a model city, we must continue to embrace progress, justice, and human dignity and not shy away from it. The Commission urges City Council to adopt a minimum wage policy that truly affirms human dignity and equity.
Thank you. Time is all up.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kelly Chinchilla. I'm a sophomore from McBride High School and a student leader with Californians for Justice. I'm here to speak on behalf of the youth of Long Beach in support of raising the minimum wage. During these couple of months of public hearings, there's been mounting pressure to exempt specific groups of people from getting the $15 minimum wage by 2020. These are tipped employees, people who work in nonprofits, and everyone 25. Now imagine, this city ordinance gets passed. Woo! Now you have a youth employee and an employee that's over 25 working in the same facility. Same facility doing the same thing. Wait. They're doing the same thing and one gets paid more than the other? Don't you think this would create tension in the workplace? The youth will be discouraged the youth will be discouraged to not do their job and not work as hard at it, because who want to work their job if they aren't getting paid as much as the next person? Let's say this scenario of raising the wage to $15 an hour for people 25 and over can also play out in another way. in which companies are actually hiring more people under 25. Under 25. That's great, right? Hiring more youth. No. Companies can very easily choose to hire more employees under 25 in order to save money by paying them $10 an hour instead of the $15 an hour that everyone should be getting paid. You know what this sounds like? Legal exploitation. Am I right? Look at this way. I'm just working as hard as the other guy. I'm not getting paid the same. Come on, let's make this a minimum wage raise for everyone. Why do I think anyone under the age of 25 should get a raise in the minimum wage? It's funny you ask. In my situation, I'm planning to be more of an independent person in a sense that I want to see how it's like to be an adult. I'm paying for my own things and how to manage money. By 2020, I'll be in college. I'll be a college student working a minimum wage job, trying to pay my books and tuition. Working for $10 an hour won't do. Lucky for me, I have supportive parents. But others don't have that, and they actually need the raise in the wage. This can help students support their family that have fallen into hard times without having to take up more than one job. Because as we know, 2 jobs are stressful as it is. And then throw school and endless hours of homework you have into the mix. This can be too much for a person to take, resulting in this dropout of a student. Therefore, the minimum wage should be for everyone and shouldn't exempt youth. Let's raise the wage the Long Beach way.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Thank you for having us. Like many here, I've been here about 4.5 hours. My cell phone battery has died. I myself don't have family waiting for me, but I know that many people here do, and so I appreciate, just as we listened to you all debate how to vote on a study or even offer an award named after Martin Luther King to an oil company, we're grateful that you are giving us your undivided attention on this important issue. My name is Trevor Griffey. I'm a lecturer in U.S. history at Cal State Long Beach. I live in Belmont Heights. I gave testimony in support of a minimum wage increase last year, which is strange the way it sounds, at a neighborhood forum in Belmont Shore. At that event and in news coverage and op-eds I've read in the City Council's, about the City Council's deliberations about increasing the minimum wage, I've been disappointed by the role of speculation and the way it seems to be crowding out informed debate. I've heard critics of a minimum wage increase say that it will increase unemployment for low-skill or young workers, that it will accelerate automation of low-wage jobs, that it will have a negative overall impact on retail and restaurant industries, that it will undermine nonprofit and social service sectors, or even that it'll hurt the whole economy. But what I often don't hear in all of this criticism, which I've heard from newspaper columnists, from a few city council members, from business groups, and by wealthy conservatives who live in my neighborhood where the average housing price is over $1 million, I haven't heard evidence. I haven't heard the actual studies of actual experience where they've raised a minimum wage, where they said, in this place, this terrible thing that I'm telling you would happen in Long Beach happened. I haven't heard it. Even in the LAEDC report, if you take a close look, they give a whole host of speculative possibilities about what could go wrong. But they don't go so far as to say that they will go wrong. And that's because, one, the economics is contested, but two, in many ways, we don't actually have a precedent for increasing the minimum wage 1/3 and knowing exactly how it will play out. So as a result, I think the City Council is wise to phase in a minimum wage increase. And I think you've been sound in your thinking in that regard. But at the same time, I'm concerned about the choice to not go all the way to 15 and some of the discussions of exemptions. Exemptions to minimum wage laws, and I saw this because my hometown is Seattle, I moved here only a year ago, create confusion about wage rates that make it difficult for the law to be enforced because workers often don't know what exactly the minimum wage is. If they don't know when their boss is cheating them, and their boss might not actually tell them in what category they fall. The second point is that I'm concerned that failing to get to 15 is a failure of nerve, a capitulation to business community fear-mongering without evidence more than rational policymaking to serve the interests of Long Beach residents and workers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Diana Cruz. I'm a 10th grade student at McBride High School.
I'm in the 9th District, and I'm a student leader with Californians for Justice. A higher minimum wage is extremely important to everyone in Long Beach. However, when we say everyone, we mean everyone. In my opinion, it's kind of ridiculous to not apply this great new policy to workers under 25. I strongly believe that if we are to raise the minimum wage, then it should be applied to everyone. I don't understand why people younger than 25-year-olds wouldn't get that higher wage, especially because there are college graduates who are forced to get minimum wage while they're struggling to combat student loans. This huge portion contains so many different groups of people who have taken up a job for a reason. These are high school students who have to take a job to help support their families, or young parents who are just trying to find a way to make ends meet. To take a livable wage away from them is unfair. I understand that this is supposed to decrease the amount of competition youth face against adults in getting a job, but there will always be that competition. But youth's work should not be devalued. Our city cannot be in favor of exploiting youth by paying them less for the same work that adults do. This would cause much more hardships for students in general. In just 2 years, I'm going to be headed to college, and to pay tuition, textbooks, board, and housing, it's going to be expensive. And I know I'll probably have to take a job in addition to schooling. But if I have to divert energy from studies, I want to be able to support myself with it. The same dilemma is occurring for so many college students and making high schoolers question if college is even worth it at this point. Higher education should be the end goal for all of our students. But why are we making it so unattainable? With a higher wage, it becomes something more tangible, a goal that's more realistic. By supporting a 15 wage for all, we are supporting the people most impacted. This especially means our students. As college tuition becomes greater and greater, we must consider the students attending them. So no, they shouldn't be exempt because they still have bills to pay even if they are young. A youth's work is worth just as much as an adult's. Thanks for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Joseph Dove, and I'm here representing Clergy and Laity United for Economic Justice. I've been working in the food service industry for over a decade, first as a dishwasher, then as a prep cook, and then as a chef. And up until last year, I worked 2 full-time jobs just to pay the bills. I live in the 5th District in Long Beach. It's not the most expensive district in Long Beach, but at just above minimum wage, like I've heard a lot of employers say that they pay their employees, it still doesn't cut it. So the excuse that they pay more than minimum wage doesn't exempt them from having to acknowledge the fact that their employees still live in poverty. And one thing that hasn't really come up much is paid sick days. In the food service industry, it's a very unregulated market, despite what a lot of cities try to do. What that means is that a lot of employees who would prefer to call in sick because they don't want to spread germs everywhere usually don't call in sick. 1, because they can't afford to, because they don't get paid sick days, and 2, because a lot of employers will illegally fire them for not coming to work, even though they shouldn't be there because of health reasons. So paid sick days is another thing that the council should definitely consider when raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. I've heard a lot of business owners say that they're afraid that businesses are going to close, that jobs are going to be lost, revenue is going to go out of the city, and the economy is going to collapse. As the professor who spoke just before me mentioned, none of that is substantiated by facts. However, the LAECD report by Dr. Cooper showed that most businesses said that they're not going to cut employees, they're not going to cut employee hours, they're not going to move towards automation, and they don't think that they're going to be closing their doors. I believe it was 100% of businesses said that they're not going to be closing their doors. So we need to go on the facts, not just stipulations and fear-mongering. An independent review by the Department of Labor of over 64 studies showed that there is no real negative impact for raising the minimum wage. Somebody asked, I can't remember who it was that asked, I think it was Councilmember Gonzalez, how many Long Beach residents would be impacted by raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and nobody knew. The answer is 15,000 Long Beach residents. So this is something that the council needs to consider. $15 an hour, because 13 is not enough. $12.50 is not enough. $12.50 in 5 years certainly is not enough. We need paid sick days. We need citywide enforcement of these changes, and we need no exemptions for anybody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, good evening. My name is Alejandra Ponce de Leon. I'm the lead organizer with Californians for Justice. We're here as an organization to support raising the minimum wage to $15, given that in our city, a lot of working families really depend on their wages, and making sure that we change the conditions of poverty to eliminate that. That should be the Long Beach way. In reference to the youth, working with the high school students, a lot of them, I think even hearing from some folks in the audience or even in previous hearings, there's an assumption that youth don't work. There's an assumption that youth, like they don't really need to earn that much money. But the reality with the students is that many of them see the struggle in their family. Some of them may be the only person who can legally work in this country, and their parents are actually dependent on their labor. A lot of students that we work with actually share that they're in the process of looking for work now as they're in high school. So the reality is not at a certain age when people need to work, or an age above 25. It starts at a young age, since even they're junior high or high school. Another thing, we also work with youth that are foster youth. For a lot of folks that are foster youth, and the conditions may not be the best in the families that they get to be in. We have one youth who actually chose to be emancipated just because of the conditions were very unbearable. He's not 25, he's still a high school student. And for those students that have to now depend on themselves and work, with this decision of exempting the youth, you're also hurting those students to have a better quality of life and to be able to sustain themselves. So as you make your decision, you need to see the students holistically and the diversity of our youth, that they are the folks that could bring the money that they need for their family or for themselves. In 4 years, the youth that I'm working with right now are going to be in college. And the reality is that college students have to work because we don't have the loans or the scholarships or the grants that are needed so that we could just focus on school. And so by you deciding to exempt students or the youth under 25, you're hurting a very important population and you're limiting their ability to even sustain themselves. So I urge you, no exemptions for nobody. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Coretta Johnson from the 6th District. I want to apologize on behalf of the woman who was very, very blunt, because some of us African-American women don't act that way, and it's kind of hard for us to get jobs because the statistics say that we're hostile women, that we act certain ways, and we can't get a job. Ma'am, I don't need your support, thank you. And so with that being said, I have a 13-year-old daughter, and I would love for her to work for the city of Long Beach. I started my first job here in Long Beach. I love the city of Long Beach. I've been here for 32 years. I look up to all of you guys as leaders because we voted y'all in. And I know for y'all to understand that coming from a poor family or a high-rich family, you've seen it growing up. You have cousins and uncles and family members who couldn't make a living ends. So what your cousins do? They go out and sell drugs. They go out and sell their body. We don't want our youth doing that to themselves. We want our youth to make ends living so they can help their family. You know what I'm saying? For far as helping their family, meaning money managing, showing our young youth that they can provide for themselves and stop worrying about stressing their mother and father. Oh, I need this, I need that. Or why you can't get this. Or why do so-and-so have those type of shoes and I can't get it. We shouldn't stress as parents to worry about providing for our kids. We should worry about paying our bills, making sure our life insurance are paid, making sure our kids' college tuition is paid. I still owe $2,000 on my student loans. I don't want my daughter growing up paying on student loans. Half of y'all, do y'all still owe student loans right now? If y'all do, then you should know how it is. So why not start our children now, preventing from them struggling, having to pay student loans when they get a good job? They should be able to worry about focus on making better ends for themselves, for their family in the future. So that's all I got to say is please raise $15 for our children. They need it. They need it.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas noches, damas y caballeros. Mi nombre es Juan.
Okay, so I want to let the gentleman who's at the mic have his 3 minutes like everyone else. So, Senor, please go ahead. Sir?
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Juan Solano. Trabajo en el Kentucky.
Okay, hold on one second. Hold on one second. Everyone that's at the mic deserves your 3 minutes uninterrupted. So let's respect everyone at the microphone. Okay? Senor, sir, please continue.
Mira, buenas noches, mi nombre es Juan Solano. trabajo en la comida rápida. Mi esposa y yo vivimos aquí en Long Beach. Tengo 66 años. Me encantaría retirarme a pasar el tiempo con mi familia.
Good evening. My name is Juan Solano. My wife and I have lived in Long Beach for a long time. I would love to retire and spend time with my family.
He trabajado 20 años en la tienda y francamente nunca ha habido aumento en esa tienda. Hasta ahora que dieron el aumento.
I've been working 20 years in KFC, and there's never been a change in the minimum wage compared to how I have to live.
Hago lo suficiente para sobrevivir. Yo vivo con 6 personas en el departamento de 2 recámaras.
I do what I can in order to survive. I live with 6 people in a 2-bedroom apartment.
Ahora no conduzco, no tengo carro porque no puedo ahorrar para comprarme un carro. Viajo en el autobús.
Every day I go to work on the bus. I can't afford to get a car.
Al mes me sale mi mensualidad en 1,250. No puedo con mis gastos.
In 2015, I couldn't afford most of my expenses.
Yo quisiera que ustedes, como representantes, autorizaran 15 por hora.
I would ask that you, as our representatives, demand $15 an hour for workers.
Cada año nuevo hacemos sueños sueños, pero son intentos egoístas por la vanidad. Hoy me gustaría, pido a todos resolver.
Every year we do New Year's resolutions, and they're usually vain and for individuals. But this year I would like you to give me a resolution
De hacer algo por la ciudad, sea más atractiva para los trabajadores como para la salud de la ciudad de Long Beach.
to do something for the people of Long Beach, to make Long Beach better for the working people in Long Beach.
Un salario de $15 por hora, ciudad dirigida por el cumplimiento del salario integral, días de enfermedad pagados.
A salary of $15 an hour for workers and paid sick days.
Empresas como Yum Brand, propiedad de Kentucky, Taco Bell, hacen miles de millones, pero pagan poco para los trabajadores de Long Beach.
These fast food companies get millions of dollars of profits, but we are the ones who bring the money back to Long Beach.
Tenemos que depender de la asistencia pública para sobrevivir.
We have to rely on public assistance in order to just survive.
Este es el modelo, lo que todos quieren, seguir una carrera hacia el fondo.
This is the type of career that any minimum wage worker has to deal with.
Esta resolución es compatible con los trabajadores y el personal que hacen negocios.
We're going to stop right there. You cannot do that, man, what you just did. So we're going to take a recess, and everyone that's in line, stay right where you are in line. The rest of this council is going to take a 1-minute recess, okay? Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much. We're going to pick back up. Go ahead and do a roll call here.
Councilwoman Gonzalez, Vice Mayor Lowenthal, Councilwoman Price, Councilmember Supernaw.
Here.
Councilwoman Mungo. Councilman Andrews. Councilmember Uranga.
Presente.
Councilman Austin. Councilmember Richardson. Mayor Garcia.
I'm here, thank you. Sir, I'm going to let you start from the beginning, because I know I want to make sure you get your full time. So if we can just, Madam Clerk, just start his clock over, and just right from the top, and I want to thank you, everybody else, for their patience. Sir.
Es lo mismo. Bueno, vamos a seguir. El dinero que ganamos los trabajadores aquí pues lo gastamos aquí en Long Beach. Aquí vivimos, aquí trabajamos.
The money that we make here in Long Beach, we spend here, we live here in Long Beach. We can't afford to go anywhere else.
Y pues, yo que quisiera pues pedirles a ustedes, caballeros y damas y caballeros, que pues ustedes tienen la última palabra. Y sí se puede. Gracias.
I would ask you, gentlemen and ladies, to please, you guys have the last word, and to please, yes, you can raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Gary Hittrick. I'm professor of sociology at Cal State University Long Beach, and I live in the 4th District. And I'm here to register my support for the Long Beach Way policy, 15 by 220, paid sick days, comprehensive city-led enforcement, and zero exemptions. And my support is based on extensive research that shows these policies work. Since the first policy of this kind was passed in 1988, dozens of studies have analyzed the effects on employers and on employees. Despite variance in practice, increasing the minimum wage tends to produce similar outcomes. Public Policy Institute of California study shows that increasing wages reduces poverty and generates more full-time positions. There's also little evidence that these policies are disincentives for businesses, and research by the Brookings Institution shows that higher minimum wages generate lower employee turnover and higher worker morale. This in turn leads to productivity improvements, which helps explain why increased wages only produce modest increases in prices, roughly around 5%. So what does that mean for Long Beach? The Los Angeles Economic Roundtable estimates that by 2020, the city, raising the city minimum wage to $15 an hour will, among other things, lift thousands of workers out of poverty, create over 1,000 new jobs, generate almost $70 million in increased public revenue by increased sales and employment, reduce public assistance expenditures by $78 million. These potential results strike at the very heart of the challenges created by the structural changes we have faced in Long Beach over the last 20 years. We need to stop the race to the bottom. Therefore, we should act now to implement a $15 minimum wage with comprehensive enforcement and no exemptions. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on this important issue.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. What's up, everyone? My name is Joseph, and I'm a senior at Cal State Long Beach, living in the 2nd District. I'm also a member of Anak Bayan Long Beach and a volunteer with the Filipino Youth High School program on the west side in the 7th District at Cabrillo High School. A lot of times they can't go because they're working, and they're not working for spare change or spending money. They're helping their families with rent, food, medical bills. Some of them have started families of their own. The members of CFJ that spoke a few minutes ago are exactly right. If job discrimination for gender, race, and age are illegal, why would wage discrimination against age be okay? I also have grandparents that have been working as caregivers in care homes for over 10 years. They're almost in their 70s. So when you worry about senior citizens losing out by this and not having enough money for health care, please do not forget about my grandparents, because they're senior citizens too, who are forced to come here due to no jobs in the Philippines. Please do not further marginalize already marginalized communities by allowing exemptions in the new minimum wage. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia, Vice Mayor Lowenthal, and members of the council.
My name's James Stevenson, and I'm the managing partner at Bobo at 144 Pine Avenue. We're a member of the Cone family of restaurants, which operates about 26 locations, mostly in Southern California, along with 3 in Maui. As we continue to expand our company and look for opportunities throughout Southern California, including here in Long Beach, we are certainly concerned with increasing costs of labor. Perhaps more importantly, though, we are concerned with the inequities of increasing minimum wage without taking into the account total earnings of our team members. Generally, the only team members at our restaurants that we pay the current $10 an hour minimum wage are servers, bartenders, and other employees who also receive tips. Servers at Bobo Kitchen and bartenders often make upwards of $15 to $18 an hour on top of the $10 an hour that we pay them. As for the cooks and dishwashers in our kitchen, we generally receive little money, if any money, in tips due to certain legal restrictions. We pay them above the minimum wage in the range of $11 to $14 per hour. Therefore, when the California state minimum wage recently increased to $9 to $10, the only employees at our restaurants that were required to get a raise were servers, bartenders, and other tipped employees who had been making as much as $25 to $28 per hour when you include their tips. The cooks and dishwashers were already above the minimum wage and generally did not receive a raise. The obvious response to this may be, well, give the cooks and dishwashers a raise. However, as you may know, the restaurant business is one of very low margins and very, very high failure rate. Without raising prices to a point of scaring away our guests, we are not able to increase the hourly wage of our kitchen staff. For these reasons, I'm here in support of including the total earnings as a part of your proposal for an increase in the Long Beach minimum wage. I truly believe this is a fair proposal and one that will allow us to compensate all of our team members in an equitable manner. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Robert Garcia and City Council members. My name is Kevin Garcia. I'm here on behalf of Project Alofa as as a supporting member of the organization. I was asked to speak on behalf of the wage to $15 an hour. So I know a lot of you guys are already bored, so I'm going to keep this light and airy like a fart, so I'll get it moving. As a local worker of the City of Long Beach, I believe increasing the minimum wage to $15 an hour opposed to $13 an hour would be very beneficial, not only to those individuals, but also to the City of Long Beach. I used to work for a franchise for which I worked for 3 years minimum, which was a fast food restaurant. As a young Hispanic male, at the age of 18, like I mentioned, I was there for 3 years. I strive for success, and in the end, I did achieve. Unfortunately, it was a fast food restaurant. I could barely make ends meet. It didn't pay much of the bills, but at times I did have some money left over. And when I did have that money left over, I came to our beautiful city of Long Beach, which I'm here 24/6, because the other day I'm in San Pedro. And in here, I definitely invested my money in our local restaurants, our shopping outlets, and theaters, giving back to the community. Recently, I've been given the opportunity to lead and train a team of 75 individuals who took on the Obama Challenge to get those citizens of Long Beach who do not have health insurance to get them covered. On a daily basis, we are reminded how blessed we are to work along with Molina Healthcare and to be getting paid $15 an hour. So my employees are well aware of that, and they're looking forward to this new law being processed. Having worked for exactly 2 weeks in this campaign, I can truly see that these individuals are extremely gracious of the amount of money that they're getting. Each day you can see in their eyes that they're hungry to work. They want to continue to work for that $15 an hour. In fact, they're so hungry that they even ask to work 10, 12, 15 hours. But we're on a budget, so we try to keep it below 10 hours. Like I was mentioning, $15 an hour, I believe, will truly motivate the citizens of Long Beach to go out and look for employment and give back to the community. I've seen how this $15 an hour have changed the lives of 75 individuals, and I hope to see it change the lives of 500,000 people. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia and City Council members. My name is Daniel Linares, and I'm a port truck driver here in Los Angeles and Long Beach Port. I've been working for Pacific Night Transportation for the last 8 years. During the whole time, I have been misclassified as independent contractor. I have worked for days shift, sometimes working for 14 hours per day, so that I can afford all the expenses that they force on me. Many times these charges are more than what I make during the trips, which means that I take home a negative check. In other words, that means that I owe the company for working for them. I have fought for years to change this, but I can do it alone. Fortunately, me and my co-workers at Pacific 9 have filed claims with the California Department of Labor. After about a year, they have judged that the company has illegally deducted these charges from my wages in the amount of over $180,000. Overall, the company owes $7 million to other drivers like myself that have filed claims. The company has retaliated against us by not giving us work, forcing us more and more into debt, more and more into poverty. Today is an important day for the city of Long Beach and the thousands of workers that work day in and day out. All workers of Long Beach deserve a raise of $15 because that is the right thing to do. You have the opportunity to lift thousands of workers out of poverty and help to eliminate wage theft. Do the right thing, raise the wage to $15 with no exemptions, enforce the wage, and provide workers with paid 6 days. Only through this, we can make sure that working families have the opportunity to truly fight for. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia. Good evening, council members. My name is Tanu Oma Aleu Nelson Ayu, and I am the founder of Project Alofa. Again, we are a Long Beach nonprofit providing reentry services for formerly incarcerated Pacific Islanders, Asians, and the LGBTQI community. I'm here tonight to speak on behalf of our Pacific Islanders as well as our nonprofit. We are in support of raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour, and for all of us, not for some of us, but for all of us. I've been a part of this coalition to be a voice for my communities, especially those formerly incarcerated that have difficulty attaining employment. In August of 2015, Long Beach City Council approved to research and explore raising the wage with the LA EDC and its report, with its recommendations. And tonight I ask that you honor what we initially fought for, and that was to improve the quality of life for all Long Beach residents through the raising of the minimum wage. We as a nonprofit have committed to paying our staff a livable wage of $15 an hour, and while the LA EDC report stated otherwise, there are nonprofits in support of $15 living wage, and we have been one of them. Project Alofa's board of directors and management agree we will ensure that all of our staff is paid a livable wage, even if it means not having a merit increase. I am confident that other leadership from other nonprofit sectors, I'm confident that other leadership from other nonprofit sectors will not allow our services to suffer because of the increase in a livable wage. I am confident that we all have an accountable plan, which means an effective review of disbursements. This month, we have been fortunate enough to see and accept the Obama Challenge with Covered California, and to see 75 employees being paid a livable wage of $15 an hour, and to see the desire, the willingness to show up to work, and to see the transformation that is happening truly is remarkable. Although temporary, $15 an hour has created an impact, not only in their lives, but in our community. I ask that you take a look not only at $13 an hour, take a look at the plan that has been presented before you. Let us do it Long Beach's way. Each and every one of us. We have never been exclusive, but inclusive. No exemptions, $15 an hour, a comprehensive wage enforcement plan, and paid sick days. Please raise the wage to 15.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es Zenaida Torres, soy miembro de ROC y trabajo en un restaurante.
Hi, good evening. My name is Zenaida Torres, and I'm a member of ROC, and I also work in a restaurant.
Soy madre soltera y con el sueldo, gano el sueldo mínimo. Con el sueldo mínimo no me completa para sobrevivir, entonces pido ayuda.
I also am a single mother, and I make the minimum wage. With the minimum wage, I cannot have ends meet, and I have the need to ask for public assistance.
Pues me gusta. Bueno, yo pienso que el $15 de la hora no es tanto lo que tienen que aumentar. Pienso que se puede hacer sobre todo, o sea, que las personas, dueños de negocios cooperaran con eso. Con $15 la hora no es mucho, no es mucho lo que están aumentando. Entonces, eso nos ayudaría a desahogarnos un poquito más, a no vivir tan presionados con el sueldo tan bajo que nos pagan.
We have a very low wage, and with the cooperation of restaurants and small businesses to give us this little break, because literally it's not a lot what we're asking for, and this will give us a break into living, having a substantial living.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Buenas noches, mi nombre es José Landino y estoy aquí representando la campaña de Mujeres Unidas en contra del abuso.
Hi, my name is Jose Landino, and I am here to represent the campaign of Women United Against the Abuse.
Estoy a favor de aprobar una ley que incremente el salario mínimo en Long Beach con un salario mínimo de $15 por hora, con protecciones, días de enfermedad y ninguna excepción.
I am here in favor to approve an increase in the minimum wage in Long Beach, a minimum wage of $15 with protections, paid sick days, and no exceptions.
Aumentar el salario mínimo a $15 por hora beneficiará a casi 17,000 residentes de Long Beach que trabajan en la ciudad y ayudará a que más de 6,500 trabajadores en Long Beach salgan de la pobreza para el año 2020.
Raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour will affect almost 17,000 residents that work and live in Long Beach, and this will help 6,500 workers in Long Beach to come out of poverty by the year 2020.
Los ingresos anuales de los trabajadores en Long Beach se incrementarán en alrededor de 405 millones y casi 130 millones van a ir a trabajadores que también viven en Long Beach.
The annual income of these workers in Long Beach will increase around $405 million, and almost $130 million are going to go to workers that also live in Long Beach.
He trabajado en el Hotel Hilton aquí de la ciudad de Long Beach por 16 años como cocinero.
I've been working at the Hilton Hotel in Long Beach for 16 years as a cook.
Yo soy uno de los miles de trabajadores de hotel que se beneficiaron con la aprobación de la medida N en el 2012, que incrementó los salarios de los trabajadores de hoteles aquí en Long Beach.
I am one of the thousands of workers, hotel workers, that benefit from the approval of the Proposition N in 2012 that increased the salary of the hotel workers here in Long Beach.
Gracias a la medida N, las familias trabajadoras como la mía han sido capaces de hacer una vida mejor para nuestras familias.
Thanks for this measure, worker families like mine have been able to have a dignity and have a better life with our families.
Sin embargo, ha habido muchos problemas que han surgido desde la aprobación de la medida N porque los hoteles en Long Beach han tratado de sobrepasar la ley.
However, there's been a lot of problems since this proposition came up because hotel owners in Long Beach have been trying to avoid this law.
Aunque el número de hoteles y las ganancias de los hoteles en Long Beach ha subido, el número de trabajadores de hoteles ha disminuido.
Even though the revenue of hotels and the earnings have been increasing in Long Beach, the number of the hotel workers have been reduced.
Eso significa que han incrementado las cargas de trabajo de los trabajadores de hoteles en Long Beach.
This means that the hotel workers in Long Beach have been overworked.
Además de las cargas de trabajo pesadas, las mujeres que trabajan en la industria hotelera se enfrentan a condiciones inseguras de trabajo y acoso sexual con muy poca protección.
Outside of the overworked and the heavy day of work, women that work in the hotel industry face very unsafe working conditions, sexual harassment, and very few protections.
Entonces, sí hay que aumentar el salario de todos los trabajadores de Long Beach, pero también hay que proteger a las personas como yo y todos mis compañeros de trabajo que merecen nuestros descansos y condiciones seguras de trabajo.
So then, there is a need to us to raising the minimum wage to workers in Long Beach, because, but also we need to protect workers like me and all of my co-workers. They deserve meal breaks, rest breaks, and safe conditions on the job.
Por último, también debemos de proteger a la persona que después de Dios nos dio la vida en este mundo.
And we also have to protect the person that gave us the chance to be in this world.
Me refiero a las madres de cada uno de nosotros.
And I mean the mother of each and every one of us.
¡Viva las trabajadoras!
¡Vivan las trabajadoras!
¡Vivan las mujeres! Gracias.
¡Viva las mujeres! ¡Arriba las mujeres!
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I am the next speaker for the third time. Thank you. My name is Manuel Villanueva, and I am a lead organizer with the Restaurant Opportunity Center. The importance of a living wage here in Long Beach will give dignity to the hands that feed you. Those hands have a lot of stories and a lot of faces. A lot of these people that feed you in those restaurants here in Long Beach live below the poverty line. A lot of these workers have to do 2 jobs in order to have ends meet, and they live in very poor conditions. Aside of having a very low wage, these workers face wage theft in an everyday basis. There won't be no improvement of an increase of the minimum wage if we do not enforce and stop these employers from stealing from their workers. Tip credit, total compensation are tricky ways to keep on stealing from the workers, and also it's also illegal. Young workers are not only as a living stereotype as has been managed, have to work just for fun or having to work just to buy comic books. They support families. They go through college. Exceptions would only bring us discrimination and more wage theft. College students under 25, they have to pay these unpayable loans for years. And if you crave them out of this minimum wage proposal, it is going to be almost impossible for them to have to pay these loans and to have to go through high school. These workers need to have a high standard of what the work life is, not a low entry job. These kids are going to learn skills, and they have to learn that in any entry job, they can have dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, everyone. My name is Jorge Jimenez, and I'm here representing the ROC, which is the Restaurant Operating Center. And I would say Santa Monica already raised the wage, and it's a tougher city than Long Beach. And they're either planning to do 15 to 18, so it's a big difference. I don't think we're so different from Dr. Cooper was saying about LA County. How it's going to change our lives, this $15 an hour. It's going to, at least not going to change the whole thing, but it's really going to help. And I was hearing her making numbers and statistics, and I'm gonna say I just finished high school, and I just have a brainstorm in my head, and I said, okay, so let's talk about numbers. Okay, so if you make about $10 an hour, 40 hours, but that's the thing though, because I represent restaurants, I more know about people that works at the restaurant. So they don't gonna give you 40 hours anymore because they try to keep you below 30 hours because they don't wanna give you any benefits. All right, so, okay, so say you're gonna make $300 a week. And then if a month you're gonna $1,200, so what are you gonna do with $1,200? The average of rent in Long Beach is what, $1,400, $1,500? So in my case, my family, we are 4 members in the family, so I had to work 2 jobs. You know, I had to find a way. So what is it that I'm doing? I'm surviving. I'm not living. I hear a lot of stories about saying, when was the last time I went to vacation? I don't remember. And what is all these people easy to say, to come and say, oh, yeah, $12 is, you know, is enough. $13 is enough. When was the last time I went shopping for me? You know, it's not your business, but I don't remember either. You know, kids are growing. I have 2 kids, one 4-year-old, 2-year-old. They don't ask for anything yet. They start growing and they start asking. So what am I gonna do? Babysitting is high price. So it's one of the little things that you have to put attention to the average people like us, you know, like so many over here, they already have the money on their pockets, you know, you don't have to be worried about being fired, you know, or anything like that. But what I'm trying to say that we have to support the $15 an hour because it's gonna be a big help, you know, and let's keep supporting all the, like you guys said, if you really care about the citizens of Long Beach, it's the time now to do something for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, members of the council and Mayor Garcia. My name is Johnny Rodriguez. I'm a resident of the 1st District. I'm also a youth organizer with an organization called Khmer Girls in Action. We work with young Cambodian youth in Cambodia Town, Central Long Beach, of the east side. And so one of the reasons I'm really passionate about this work is that I believe that our youth have the capacity to be the leaders we need them to be. And I often believe that someday I'll return to this room and some of my students will be sitting in your seats. That's what I hope for. But under the current way things are going now, families aren't able to support their families here in Long Beach. And over the last couple of years, excuse me, I've noticed a trend of families having to leave, not just Long Beach, but California. So I've had students leave to Georgia, leave to Texas. And those are like our future city council persons, our future mayors, our future leaders of Long Beach. So I'm really passionate about raising the wage to $15 an hour so that I'm not losing the leaders that I'm investing in. And I want to also say how very proud I am of the youth leaders that we heard tonight that were able to speak and share how they feel about the minimum wage being, the possibility of a minimum wage increase. So again, I just really want you to take that in consideration. Long Beach has a thriving Cambodian community. We have a designation of Cambodia Town and a long, rich history of Cambodian folks here in the city. And if we don't do something soon, that might change. We talk a lot about gentrification, and that's actually what's happening because our folks are leaving Long Beach and going to other states and leaving California. So please support $15 minimum wage, wage protections, and no exemptions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, everybody. Honorable Mayor Garcia, City Council. My name is Alex Montances. I live in the 1st District, and I work for the Filipino Migrant Center. I support raising the minimum wage the Long Beach way, which is $15 an hour, city-led wage enforcement, more paid sick days, and no exemptions. I support this not just for me, but for the hundreds of Westside Long Beach residents that my organization and our volunteers have talked to in the last 6 months. We've been asking community residents what they think about raising and enforcing the minimum wage, and an overwhelming majority are saying the same thing. We need $15 an hour now, and we need city-led wage enforcement now. In November, the Filipino Migrant Center surveyed 110 Westside Long Beach residents in the 7th District about this. Many of them were Filipino, Latino, and other folks of color. 98% of the folks who answered the survey said they support raising the wage to $15 an hour. 62% said they have experienced wage theft personally. 41% say that they know somebody who's experienced wage theft. And 100% of them said they want a Long Beach law that really protects workers from wage theft. And the truth is, wage theft is rampant here in Long Beach. It's not just with these big corporations. We're seeing it a lot also even in small businesses. We have, at the Filipino Migrant Center, we've received dozens of Filipino workers, and a lot of them work in Long Beach. A lot of them have experienced wage theft at small resident care, small caregiving industries, and also small restaurants. So it's not just big companies, but small companies as well. And when it comes to wage theft, we don't need just one person in the City of Long Beach office. We need a real office that is really enforcing wage enforcement here in Long Beach. We need strong wage enforcement here. And of course, we can't have these exemptions. That just leaves room, that just makes it harder to enforce, and also leaves loopholes. And so that's why we really need to stay strong on $15 an hour. We need to stay strong on city-led wage enforcement. We need to stay strong on more paid sick days, and we need to stay strong in saying that we will not exempt. We need $15 now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council members. All of you know me. My name is Mike Murchison, and for the record, I'm born and raised in the 3rd District, and I happily say that I live in the 3rd District. I'm here on behalf of 18 restaurants that I represent. A long time ago, we discussed this issue, and I think we all agreed that it was important to increase the minimum wage. We didn't know what that would be, but we saw through all the discussions and all the conversations, we reached kind of a level that we would support $13 an hour by 2019, with a caveat of 2 things. We wanted a youth wage in there, and we wanted the concept of total earnings. You heard that discussed tonight. It's not a tip credit. It has nothing to do with tip credit. It's total earnings. It is the amount of money that any employee, not just restaurants employees, but any employee makes in a pay period. So what I'm asking for you tonight to consider as a friendly amendment to any motion that's made tonight is a youth wage up to 21, and for you to ask the city attorney to come back prior to the first reading, and whenever that's in mid-February or late February, to have him come back and say, here is my legal opinion on total earnings. Give him time to come back with that. Because I think you're going to find that the Long Beach Way includes restaurants that were built and raised here in Long Beach. I'm not talking national chains like KFC or El Pollo Loco or Subway or McDonald's. I'm talking on the backs of people who started their restaurants here in Long Beach. They raised their kids in Long Beach. They helped out the nonprofits in Long Beach by supporting them. I'm talking about restaurants like Georgie's and Trainees in the 8th. I'm talking like La Luna in the 6th. I'm talking like E.J. Malloy's in the 4th and other parts and other council districts. I'm talking Boathouse. I'm talking Tantalooms, Schooner or Later, St. on 2nd. I'm talking about people that you all know and love and spend a lot of time with when you have the ability to go out there and have dinner on the weekends. You frequent their restaurants. They're asking for you to support them with a concept of total earnings and a youth wage. It's not for those that work at KFC and make a minimum wage of $10 an hour and no other earnings. We all get that. We all understand that. But what we're asking for you to do is to consider the full-service restaurants that started here in Long Beach and continue to thrive here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Dan Flaming. I'm president of the Economic Roundtable. We prepared this report, Long Beach Rising, a city that works for everyone, that analyzed the effects of a $15 an hour minimum wage. Our bottom line assessment is that the minimum wage will not harm employment in Long Beach, and that it will meet urgent needs of workers who are employed here. Most employers would like to do right by their workers so that they can afford to pay for basic necessities. A higher minimum wage enables all employers to solve this problem together rather than leaving it to individual employers to take the risks of solving it alone. Long Beach's economy is resilient in the sectors that have high concentrations of low-wage workers, including restaurants and retail. And the Port of Long Beach is an important source of economic strength and depth for the city's economy. The wage increase will create a stimulus that will offset any effects as service industries adjust to putting more money into payroll and paying higher wages. In response to your question, Councilwoman Gonzalez, our report analyzes the flow of workers at different wage levels across the city line. And we estimate that 16,769 residents of Long Beach will benefit from a $15 an hour minimum wage. 1/3 of the total wage increase will go to residents of Long Beach. Businesses will grow and new businesses will start up in underinvested neighborhoods of the city that need these services. We estimate that the stimulus effect will create over 3,000 jobs, with 1,000 of them in Long Beach. And probably most importantly, we estimate that nearly 15,000 people, including nearly 6,000 children, will be lifted out of poverty by a $15 an hour minimum wage, and that the poverty rate among workers will be cut close to in half. So in summary, we believe that the evidence enables the city to go into a wage increase with its eyes open and with tools for watching effects over the 5 years that an increase unfolds to the benefit of folks who work here in Long Beach. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor, Councilman. My name is Craig Hoffman, and I own 5 restaurants in 4 districts in the city of Long Beach. My family's been in the restaurant business in Long Beach for over 60 years. As Mike Murchison presented earlier, I think that having some sort of earnings exemption would be very important to full-service restaurants. If we don't do something like that, I'm very concerned about the over 500 people I employ in this city that could be affected. Unfortunately, Long Beach is not just an island. We have cities surrounding us like Signal Hill and Cerritos and Lakewood and Los Alamitos, which aren't going to have these same provisions of minimum wage, and we're going to have higher prices on our menus, and I see customers going to the neighboring cities, and I think it's going to affect our sales and it's going to affect our employment, and I think we need to start slowly. $13 with the earnings exemption is something reasonable and not something that's really going to hurt the restaurant so badly. I mean, I have one restaurant that's closed because of a fire, and I'm working diligently to rebuild it. But there's some question in my mind whether I should reopen it. And it's going to depend a lot on what the council does. We have to have reasonable wages, and we have to have an ability to have full-service restaurants in Long Beach and not just focus the minimum wage on the fast food industry. So that's my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Reina Orellana, and I'm a lead researcher at the UCLA Labor Center study, where we surveyed over 550 young workers in the retail and restaurant industries in Los Angeles County, including young people from here in Long Beach. We know that many of these young workers, There's a myth that young people work for pocket change and have used that as an excuse to provide low wages. Yet our study finds that 48% of the young workers actually gave to their families. In fact, less than 1% spend their earnings solely on recreational or leisure activities. Thus, we know that young workers need the income. In fact, almost 3/4 said that they would like to work more hours. Almost half of those that work within the retail and restaurant industries are young people. These industries already pay low wages. However, they also provide young workers with much-needed income that supports families and educational careers. Policymakers and elected officials must steer away from initiatives that would create a distinct wage status for younger workers. Research and history shows that such wage divisions are economically foolish, politically unsound, legally unquestionable, and socially unjust. Therefore, our research suggests that the City of Long Beach should not pass an exemption for workers under 21. No worker, younger or older, should be exempt for a minimum wage increase. Thanks.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia and Councilman. My name is Hillary Habib, and I'm a labor and employment attorney with the law firm of Shepherd and Bowen. And tonight, I'm here on behalf of the Coalition of Full-Service Restaurants located in Long Beach. And I'd like to discuss the total earnings exemption approach, which many people have discussed this evening. If the city is inclined to adopt a local minimum wage, it should also adopt the total earnings exemption. Under this approach, the new minimum wage would apply to all people who are not exempt. Now, it's common for labor laws to have these sort of exemptions, including state overtime, meal period, rest period, and paid sick leave laws. And it makes sense for exempt employees who already receive taxable earnings at or above a minimum level for this to apply to. In fact, the IRS and Franchise Tax Board treat these sums as taxable earnings from a job and insist that they be recognized as part of the gross income. Also, the common sense supports this approach. For example, if an employee earns $12.50 an hour from his or her work, it does not matter where those taxable earnings are derived from, albeit piece rate earnings, tips, salary, or other taxable amounts. The earnings are the employee's to save or spend as the employee chooses. Now, we've heard a lot about the potential limitations on this exemption, but as the city attorney said, there is no binding or persuasive authority on point saying that this exemption is impermissible for a city, council, or municipality to enact. And now critics of the exemption mistakenly rely on inapplicable case law regarding tip credits. As Mike Murchison said, this is not a tip credit. This is an exemption. It's completely different, and so that is completely debunked. Further, the city attorney mentioned the Legislative Council Bureau's opinion letter. And again, that is completely inapplicable because that only applies to tip credits. It did not address a proposal for a specific carve-out or exemption for any employee of any employer, not just tipped employees employed by restaurants whose taxable earnings exceed a specified amount. And the letter, in fact, conceded that there is an uncertainty and an absence of directly controlling law on this issue. And finally, the attorney who proposed this total earnings exemption is a partner of my law firm, and he's written one of the most widely used wage and hour books in the country. His book has been used by officials in the Labor Commission and the U.S. Department of Labor, and he was appointed by the Industrial Welfare Committee as a member of several minimum wage boards. And so he's obviously qualified to give an opinion on this exemption. And so we urge you to insert a total earnings exemption as part of any minimum wage ordinance. It's the single most important issue, as you've heard tonight, for the restaurants of Long Beach. And we further ask the city attorney to review the legality of this prior to a first reading. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Saba Wahid, and I am the research director at the UCLA Labor Center. I have conducted extensive research on young people in the county. Our research shows that young people are a core part of the economy, making up 1/4 of the workforce. But the soaring cost of living affects young people just as much as they do other workers. Young people face higher education costs than any generation before them, and they're also earning a lot less. With almost 1 in 3 young workers as a head of household and 18% to our parents, we want to caution against framing a person's early job as some kind of hobby or rite of passage. Young people should not be seen as cheap and temporary labor. In fact, scholars have found that these early jobs have lasting effects on their lifetime earnings and social well-being. We cannot afford to fall into the cliche trap that young workers should work for less to gain experience. Let's show the young workers of Long Beach that their work matters, that their work is real work, and that they will be fairly compensated. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is John Kabatek, and I am here tonight representing the California Restaurant Association and an industry comprised of more than 1,000 restaurants and food service operators here in Long Beach. CRA has proudly worked with the Coalition of Business Associations on this local minimum wage issue these past several months. We appreciate the hard work of the Commission these past year and also your efforts on the Council to determine a reasonable minimum wage policy that will be a sterling example, we think, for cities across the Golden State, but also across the nation. As the Commission's study itself shows, a higher minimum wage in Long Beach on its own would absolutely result in negative impacts on our small businesses and jobs. However, by including the right mitigating provisions along with a higher minimum wage, you have a golden opportunity here to ensure that such an increase is targeted to those who will benefit from it the most, while allowing small businesses an opportunity to stay in business and keep creating jobs. To that end, CRA is willing to consider a minimum wage increase in Long Beach to $12.50 an hour, phased in gradually over 5 years, provided it is coupled with the following provisions to support and protect our local businesses and jobs. An additional 1-year extension for businesses with 25 or fewer employees, which will allow the smallest of small businesses to adequately adjust and prepare. A youth wage of $10 an hour for employees under 21 years old, giving more small businesses the opportunity to hire more young people and give them the promise of a rewarding career right here in Long Beach and allow these people to continue to live and work and enjoy being here in Long Beach. And finally, as you've heard before, the inclusion of total earnings, the ability for employers to consider exempting from the increase those employees earning more than the new minimum wage in wages, tips, commissions. This makes sure that employees in the heart of the house, which we've talked a little bit about, prep cooks and others, will actually get a fair increase and get one sooner on their job horizon. We do support, and we appreciate the work the city attorney's been doing. We do support the city attorney continuing to review total earnings prior to your return for the first hearing. We're very proud of this proposal, and we strongly encourage your support. It is sound, it's a fair, reasonable policy that will make sure employees and small business owners here in Long Beach can continue to grow and thrive, and that this world-class city can continue to be competitive for generations to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Hi, my name is Taylor Montero, and I work at Carl's Jr., where I make minimum wage. Thank you for letting me speak here today. Even though I'm only 18, I am not a typical teenager who makes money to buy personal needs. Few of the teenagers who do work in fast food do it just for extra cash. Like most people I know, I took at Carl's Jr. because I needed to support myself. My mom and I both work, and we are still falling behind on our mortgage payments. This is my childhood home that my mom inherited from her grandmother, and this is her pride. We've been living over here for over 20 years. My mom has asked me to contribute more than $300 a month to help her for the payments. It may not seem like that much, but this is over half my pay. We have to rent out two rooms for extra income. I'm going to school next semester, which I'm going to be starting in a couple weeks, and I'm very excited, shall I say. But this will be not enough for me to pay half rent and for me to be paying for my textbooks and for my personal hobbies and for my personal needs. You know, I just turned 18, and I'm barely finding out how much responsibility it is to really be here in the real world and having to actually take care of yourself. And I personally believe $10 is not enough. I heard a lot of people in suits talk about how 15 would be bad for business, but I did not hear one businessman talk about how they're going to make sure their employees don't have to struggle like this. I did not hear one of them talk about what it is like to make $9 or $10 an hour. $15 an hour is not that much money. It is the minimum you need to live decently in this country. I hope the council listens to what the people in this city need, not what the corporations need, and raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour. I am Taylor Montero, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Wait, no. Good evening. I was going to say morning. Good evening, everyone, Mayor and City Council. My name is James Suazo. I'm a 3rd District resident, but I'm also a nonprofit employee. So usually we're here advocating for a policy for the community members, but it's nice to be here for a change to represent and speak on behalf of the nonprofit community. There you go. So on behalf of our nonprofit organization that I work for, Building Healthy Communities, Long Beach, located here in District 1, we are speaking tonight in strong support for raising the wage to $15 an hour soon as possible, and ask that you take a stand and pass a policy the Long Beach way, where we ask for $15 an hour, strong enforcement, no exemptions, and we're not leaving our hardworking employees of both small businesses and nonprofits or young workers. Let's create an equitable policy that lifts all of Long Beach up. Building Healthy Communities Long Beach, as you may have heard, conducted a survey of nonprofit leaders and community members asking the specific question, do you support an increase to the minimum wage? And a supermajority of those 80 respondents were in favor of raising the minimum wage without exceptions, with no exceptions. And that included 75% of respondents who are our own Building Healthy Communities Long Beach organizational partners. Several nonprofit leaders have also participated in the mayor's roundtable discussions and spoken out about the importance of their work that their employees perform, as well as the impact the increase will have on those that we service in the nonprofit community, often in our low-income and underserved communities in Long Beach. These findings of the survey and the supportive comments are also in line with a survey that was conducted by the California Association of Nonprofits, where the results show that 60% of nonprofits statewide in California would be unaffected by an increase, and 77% of the nonprofits are supportive of increasing the minimum wage. So please, this is my plea to all of you as tonight as we look at creating equitable policy that benefits all of Long Beach. Please do not use us in the nonprofit community as a barrier to a fair and just minimum wage for our friends and neighbors who work tirelessly for nonprofit organizations. We urge you to pass a policy for $15 an hour with no exemptions, paid sick days, and strong enforcement. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council with Lady Gonzalez, all the others. I come to speak to you on this issue because I do support the $15 with no exemptions, and I think there should be health care time so people can get off and stay well and come back and not infect other people. And I was really struck tonight by the fact that you had these awards around Martin Luther King, because when I was 21 years old, I did personal security for him when he came to our campus, and he was under death threats. And that does fit this issue because 8 years later, he was killed in Memphis when he was there fighting for workers to try and get decent wages and have dignity in their lives and have a way to live. And that's what your job is now, is to do that for the people of Long Beach. And $15 an hour is not an unfair high amount of money. It's not even as much as Social Security payments are for workers who work most of their life. So we're not talking about people getting rich, off of largesse provided by their employers. No, we're talking about they create that wealth that the employer has through their work. The employer doesn't do it. The employees create the wealth, and they deserve to have enough to live with dignity. And that's why I'm here to speak for this, as a person from the 1st District. So thank you very much. Just do the right thing tonight. Move forward and ahead. Look at it as Martin Luther King would do. Let's have some justice here, and let's have some dignity for the working people of Long Beach. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
All right. Well, I didn't know how difficult it was to be in your position until I was, as being a Commissioner on Economic Development. But I'm not here as that. I'm here as an entrepreneur, as a business person, and as a resident of Long Beach. And I tried to figure out what I was going to say. That's why I was at the end of the line, because I'm trying to figure out what could I say that you haven't heard already 1,000 times. I think I can come up with something. So a little bit about myself. I'm an entrepreneur. I've been an entrepreneur since 1993 when I quit my perfectly good job at Johnson & Johnson. And I remember being so poor after 2.5 years that I had a 3-day notice and quit on my door. And then, of course, I asked my father for money, which is the lowest common denominator. I knew what he would say in the first place. And he told me, son, get a real job. So that's what entrepreneurship really is. To many people, it's a risk. To entrepreneurs, it's something that you strive to do. It's something you think about maybe all your life. And oftentimes you find out the challenges of being an entrepreneur are you're so naive going into the process. 85% of businesses and entrepreneurs fail in the first year, and these are probably statistics you already heard, but they don't believe that they're going to fail. They believe they're going to succeed. They sign their first lease, oftentimes putting them in $150,000 in debt. They've maxed out every single credit card that they possibly could have. And usually, the average entrepreneur or business owner is making about $67,000 a year. That's what they make. Plus, they don't get vacations. Frankly, I haven't had a vacation in 4 years, and I've been in business for almost 20 years myself. Haven't had a vacation. I don't have, workers' comp. I don't qualify for that. I don't have disability. I don't get paid time off. And I work probably 80 hours a week, which my wife oftentimes complains about because I actually work for her. So I'm here really to talk about someone who's not here, and those individuals are the unemployed. My company has probably hired over the last 8 years over 100 individuals who are unemployed using programs and money available from the Workforce Investment Board, now known as WIOA. It's subsidized employment. These are individuals who are unemployed who had absolutely no skills, homeless vets, welfare to work, individuals that have been unemployed for sometimes for years. And what I'm here to ask you to do is consider not an exemption, but a business incentive for businesses that are willing to hire the demographics that WIOA covers. And it's a pretty wide reach. So if that's something that the council would be interested in doing, I think that would be an incentive for businesses to bring the most challenged, hire individuals into our workforce. And I hope that's something that you will look at and consider reasonably. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hey, good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Uduak Joe Intuk. I'm a resident of Long Beach. I come tonight on behalf of the LA County Democratic Party to share the message that this past November, we passed a resolution endorsing raising the minimum wage index to the cost of living, including earned paid sick days, comprehensive wage enforcement with no exemptions. Long Beach is a majority Democratic city. The party stands with you in making the move towards 15. Each of you should have already received a copy of the resolution in your offices, but to read into the record, whereas a large percentage of Long Beach workers earn poverty-level wages living in overcrowded housing, pay over half of their income for rent, and qualify for food stamps, these conditions exist because employers do not comply with labor and tax laws and pay workers under the table. Workers in these kinds of informal economy positions are highly vulnerable to wage theft and lack any earned paid sick leave. And whereas research shows that a single wage earner in Long Beach needs more than $15 per hour to meet basic needs, this wage would improve the lives of workers and their families. And the increasing spending would stimulate the city's economy and provide employers with more stable and productive workforce. And whereas in the 2014 platform, the California Democratic Party supports increasing the minimum wage indexed to inflation, including a living wage in areas with high cost of living, and it advocates for earned paid sick days for all workers. Therefore, be resolved, the Los Angeles County Democratic Party supports raising the minimum wage in Long Beach to at least $15 an hour, indexed to the cost of living, including guaranteed earned paid sick days and comprehensive enforcement mechanism to end wage theft while protecting workers from retaliation. I know personally, I have worked more of my life in a minimum wage job than I have in my profession. And many of those years I spent in retail and working in the hospitality industry here in downtown Long Beach. I'm a former worker in BBC 555 Steakhouse, the Fish House, and I can tell you I did not ever have a $100,000 a year or a $50 an hour night with tips. And many times, the only time my pay went up was because minimum wage went up. I think at that time it was $5.25 an hour. And so when we talk about policies that are impact the majority of Long Beach residents, a policy that's going to lift people out of poverty, a policy that's going to help our 70% of our children in public schools live in poverty. This is that type of policy. This is the time to take action. Know that members of the Democratic Party, of the residents of Long Beach, stand with you and will stand beside you as you take this vote to move forward towards $15 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hello, my name is Alfredo Carlos. I'm a faculty member at Cal State Long Beach and also the founder and executive director of the Foundation for Economic Democracy, a new nonprofit that's going to be based in Long Beach that is going to be working on building worker-owned businesses to show that we can do the Long Beach way. And specifically, what I want to kind of talk about a little bit today is I hope Susie Price is doing okay. She's my council member. Earlier, she said that data is always good. The COBA representative also said that we should do a policy that's data-driven. And I think it's important as a researcher to understand the difference between good data and bad data. And that report that influenced the recommendation by the Economic Development Commission is actually built on really bad data in the sense that there was a response rate, there's 10,000 businesses in Long Beach, a response rate of 3.5%. And also was self-selection data in the sense that it was basically people self-selecting, wanting to respond to that. That's essentially essentially cherry-picking data. So I urge you, if you have questions, to actually look at the Economic Roundtable report, which is actually based on census data. And as we know, the census data is very thorough, and it answers a lot of the questions that you all might have in an actually systematized, methodological research way. I also want to note a couple of other things. Specifically, I think one of the things that happens when we have these conversations is that we think really short term, what are going to be the business costs up front, but we don't think about the long-term economic effects. And specifically what I'm talking about is the stimulus that the Economic Roundtable person, Dan, he was referring to, in the sense that the way the economy functions is that the jobs, while businesses provide the jobs, they're not the ones that create the jobs. What creates the jobs is demand. And if people have money in their pockets, if people are getting paid a living wage, if people are getting paid $15, that means that they're going to be spending their money in Long Beach. That means that they're going to be able to go out to the movie theater more often. That means that they're going to be able to go to restaurants more often. And that is what creates jobs. And so I urge the council to adopt the $15 minimum wage with no exemptions. I think it's really problematic that in an age when we're talking about pay equity for women, that we're talking about equal pay for equal work for women, that we're also at the same time talking about not equal pay for equal work for young people. I think that's really problematic. And I thank Councilmember Lowenthal for bringing this issue up around this time, and for the gentleman who was talking about Dr. King. If we want to honor Dr. King's legacy, he was in Memphis organizing workers, as he said. He was fighting for economic justice. And if we really care about that issue, I think we'll adopt a policy that actually is working out for workers and not a backdoor policy that basically makes exemptions that benefit businesses only. And so that's why I support the Long Beach way, because I support economic democracy the way that Dr. King would have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi there. My name is Lisa Ramelow. I'm a 46-year resident of Long Beach, and I've had a business for 22 years. Thank you, Councilwoman Mungo, for bringing up the total earnings possibility. I think the gentleman representing Bobo said it best, that it forces us to raise our front-of-house employees that are already doing quite well, and it makes it very difficult to raise up the kitchen staff. Instead of saying what might happen or not happen, for sure I'm raising prices. I already did it on Sunday. For sure I am cutting shifts. For sure I'm cutting hours. For sure I have to cut out a lot of my young people. And it pains me when I hear people say that we're discriminating against them. The young people part of my business is my favorite part, is mentoring them and watching them grow up. I also have to say I resent this the Long Beach way. I've been here 46 years. My first job was at Woody's Goodies. I sold cocoa butter and hamburgers for $1.65 an hour, and I worked for Mr. Hoffman. And to me, the Long Beach way is you start off young and build skills, and then hopefully the Long Beach Promise, you go to school, and then you start a business and raise your children in Long Beach, just like I did. So I hope you'll consider the total earnings package to help out the small business owners, because I know we really care about our people. I have 24 employees. Only one does not live in Long Beach, and I care greatly about their well-being. They're really important to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Grace Lawrenson, and I'm a member of the 7th District and also a member of the Unitarian Universalist Church. My minister had to leave early because of a congregational issue, and will read a little bit of her statement. In June this year, my congregation reached the $15 an hour minimum wage for all of our employees. We used incremental steps to get there, and we did it because we believe it is a comment on who we are as a church community. And I believe that raising the minimum wage in Long Beach is a comment on who we are as the community of Long Beach, which is a loving and caring community. Just like any small business, the church is constantly negotiating the bottom line. We too have financial concerns, budget shortfalls, and worries. And yet we know that the healthiest organization is one that invests in its people. And so it is true for our city. And so I ask you that you not waver from raising the minimum wage to $15 an hour. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Craig Kojan with the Downtown Long Beach Associates. And I first of all want to thank the mayor and the City Council for this inclusive process that led to an open dialogue. I also want to extend our appreciation to the Economic Development Commission for the extraordinary work that they have conducted and presented for your consideration. DLBA does support the COBA proposal as presented, and I want to thank those members of COBA for its diligence to prioritize this matter and conduct the outreach to interface with many of the small businesses throughout all parts of this city. As reluctant as some of those businesses were that their voices were not going to be heard, or apprehensive that there would be retribution if they spoke publicly opposing any increase, saying no was an easy avenue to take as they've taken this avenue in the past. They decided this time to be part of an open process and have a dialogue that was very consensus building, and it drove the results in the COBA report. The business community worked together in an unprecedented fashion to build that consensus that COBA has presented for consideration. I want to thank all those businesses who participated, took time from their establishments, and gave the process a chance, and therefore support the COBA proposal and look forward to remain a true civic partner in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Next question. Next person. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Mike Rhodes. I own Domenico's restaurant in Belmont Shore. We're the oldest restaurant in Long Beach, and I think I'm kind of a quintessential small business in Long Beach. It's independently owned, yet for some reason I'm not defined as a small business because I have more than 25 employees. I'm not sure how that works. But I've been to many of these meetings, been at the 2 mayors' roundtables. A lot of people came up and gave some heartfelt speeches, which is great, but I haven't heard anybody that was a tipped employee come up to the microphone and raise the $15 minimum wage issue. And the reason for that is full-service restaurants are a different animal than other businesses. All of my employees make much more than the minimum wage. Now, a lot of them, I pay minimum wage, but they're making much more in tips than they are in their actual wages. And so I think it's really important. Common sense would dictate that we really have to consider that. I know as an employer I pay taxes on those earnings, and the employee pays taxes on them, so they really are earnings. And I think the total earnings model that's been talked about tonight is really a key component to make this a common sense vote tonight. We all talk about the Long Beach way. I think this would really be true Long Beach leadership to take that total earnings concept into effect. As restaurants like myself and businesses like myself that really are institutions in town, we want to survive. I want to stay the oldest restaurant in Long Beach, but the minimum wage has gone up $2 in the last 18 months, and every dollar represents $1,000 a week in added overhead to my restaurant. I can't raise prices that fast. I wish I could. I would have done it a long time ago. But you can't. I mean, a lot of my employees are older, senior citizens. We've been in business for 62 years. I made the joke in one of the meetings that we have 2 different types of customers that come into Domenico's. We have old people and their parents. And that's true. They have fixed incomes. They want. I did a survey in the restaurant. I said, if we have to raise prices 20%, which is where I think I'll need to be, will you still come in? And all of them said, absolutely, we'll still come in. And then they followed with, not as often. So there has to be other ways to raise revenues. And the total earnings concept works. I think if you don't, you're going to have restaurants like mine that will end up doing service charges instead of tips, which is happening all over the country now, because we have to survive. And I think that's something that really needs to be discussed, and I hope you will do that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
How you guys doing? Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman. My name is Anthony Valacio. I'm an actual worker at Cal Cartage. I've been there for about 2 years now. As you can tell, it's a personal issue. I know you guys have a big decision in front of you guys. Not only that I support the fight for 15, but as well as no exemptions, strong policy against wage theft, but as well as not only that, we can move for a better life for everybody. You know, it's a struggle, and it's like always an obstacle. Everybody's, like he just said, we can fight, we can struggle, but we're gonna get through it. We can get through it. Not only that, the exemptions is a strong thing in my company, in my employers' situation, because a lot of them are straight out of high school, supporting their families. They have kids already. I understand there's people that are coming out of college, you know, going to school and working full time, and it's a struggle for everybody. Not only for just me, but everybody. And like you guys said, you guys want to lift poverty? I think this is one way to lift poverty, is lifting the minimum wage to 15. Not only 13, not 12, but 15. It's not right now, it's going to go gradually. But like he said, or like I say, we'll get through it. You know, it's not, to me, it's not that complicated. I understand it's like I said, it's an obstacle where we just got to work around it and try to better our lives. Like I said, not only that, I'm kind of upset and frustrated of seeing how everybody is struggling right now, especially in this time. I know a lot of people are saying, and you hear from everybody's story, it's time for a change. It's time to make something Long Beach better, like you say. If you want a better Long Beach, I think this is the right way to do it. This is the only way to do it, is lifting their wages and helping them to increase and grow. So, I mean, I hopefully you guys make the right decision and open your hearts to everybody. I understand it's a struggle, it's a personal, and it's a big decision that you guys have in front of you guys. But I hope you guys make the right decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm also, I see there's 4 people left on the speakers list. If there's anyone else, now would be a good time just to come in. I'd probably cut it off pretty soon here. So, Mr. Goodhue.
Larry Goodhue, clerk has the address. Before I give my view on what needs to be done, let me run down my work history, my life's experiences, and those that I've run into that help shape the opinion that I will, in about 2 minutes, impart. I started selling Wallace Brown gift cards, Christmas cards, and greeting cards, door to door when I was in middle school. Then went and migrated into selling and cutting lawns. Then I got a paper route working for the paper that was part of the chain that was originally the owner of the Press Telegram. Then I started caddying, and I did that on weekends and in summers, and that's what I got introduced into politics. I used to caddy for Ray Bliss, who was chair of the Republican National Committee for 20 years. During summer college times, I worked in resort hotels up in New England. That's where I met William Casey and was concierge for him for a couple of years during the summer. While in college, I worked, I think I referenced this a couple of weeks ago, for Stouffer Food Corporation, one of their restaurants. I'd get up 5 o'clock in the morning, take the elevator down out of the dorm, often riding at the same time that that's for 4 years there and 10 years in Boston, defined the 6-man defense. When I got out of college, Stouffer's made me a job offer, which I took because Roy Ash and Tex Thornton had purchased them, and I knew I could migrate into other areas. And one of the things that I've learned, first of all, I have a very high respect for anybody that works in a restaurant, and that's not because I work there. All right. Is a given job pays only X amount of dollars, period. If you're not making enough money in the vocation you're in, go out and get retrained. Don't wait for somebody else to come around and get a movement going, because that movement will not sustain you. Just like in this case, I don't think people have mentioned the fact that within the next year, these people up here are going to be hitting the owners and everybody here with ballot measures for tax increases, period, to build a new, to try to build a new city hall, period. So what you've got to do is go out and figure what you want to do and improve your skill levels sufficient enough to make the type of purchases you want to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Okay. So, hello, my name is Ernesto Rocha, and I am a resident of the 7th District, although I'm right across the street from the 1st District. It's that really interesting cusp. So what brings us here today is a very important and momentous day, I think so myself. And I wasn't going to say anything. I think you've heard plenty, but I think that it begs a few minutes to hear a couple of insights that I got as an organizer, as an immigrant, as a resident of this city, and then also just as a human being. So on this opportunity, on January 19th, right, a day after we celebrate the life, the legacy, the work of Dr. Martin Luther King, we are gathered here today for actually exactly the same thing that he died for in Memphis, with sanitation workers asking to raise the minimum wage. And so what you saw earlier here today was, I would say, about 100 workers being able to tell their stories, to come to you and let you know why it is precisely that they need to raise this wage. So as an organizer, I was extremely, extremely happy, proud, and quite humbly honored to hear every single one of their stories of struggle, of toil, for them to be here today. And they're not here right now because they're probably going home to sleep. As a resident, I'm also extremely happy because hundreds of workers have continued this fight and have continued to come out day in and day out on all the different hearings that we have had to let you know their very impressive perspective of what it means to be a day-to-day worker and why it is important for them to get a raise. Now, as an immigrant to this great nation, I would say, and to this city, I have also seen how cities have been able to contribute and help workers and help students and help people really become better. But I don't believe in the bootstrap mentality. Because I've heard a couple of different immigrant stories, so I want to tell you a little bit about how that doesn't work for a lot of the folks that have actually been here. Many of the folks who have been here don't have the same opportunities or access to the same opportunities that some of the folks here have had in the past. So that one dynamic immigrant experience doesn't happen because it didn't happen to me. That didn't happen to me. And so if, as an immigrant to this country and to this city, we see that every individual has a different perspective, so do the workers. So today you heard countless stories about why it's imperative to raise the wage to 15, because that is what they deserve. And they deserve wage enforcement because they live through wage theft every single day, so they need that to survive, and they need those sick pay days also to survive. So thank you, and make the right choice. You know what to do.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Good evening. My name is Vince Passanisi. My family's been operating businesses on the west side for nearly 70 years. With all due respect, Councilwoman Lowenthal, I think your cause is noble, but I think it's misguided and misinformed. The minimum wage has never eliminated poverty. It won't close the wage gap. It never has. It would be really a terrible thing for this city. You know, one of the first minimum wage laws was the 1939 Bacon-Davis Act, and the purpose of that law was to protect the jobs of white union workers in New York from black Southern workers.
Continue, sir.
These wage increases will do nothing for these workers, because what will happen is prices will go up across the board, and these same workers who are making minimum now, they just will not get ahead. They'll be in the same position they are now 5 years from now, 10 years from now. I've been in this business a long time, and I've seen it. You know, my minimum wage workers, and I do have some, they can never get ahead unless they increase their skills, unless they, try to find another job that's better suited to them. they can't get ahead. Parts of Long Beach now, I've been told, have unemployment rate as high as 19%, and I believe it's only going to get worse if we try raising the minimum wage. I think the better route is to help businesses create more jobs. With more jobs, more businesses competing for labor, wages will go up organically, and those workers will get ahead that way. I think that's a better option. All right, thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
Hi, my name is Narita Soto. I've stood in front of you many times before representing the union and what we do. I'm a hotel worker, and I actually wasn't going to speak today, but I heard one of the gentlemen here that is a business owner of Long Beach say that he hasn't heard a tipped worker speak. So I will speak on behalf of all of the tipped workers in Long Beach and all of my friends and family members that are tipped employees in Long Beach. I happen to work for a union hotel, and I happen to make $15 an hour, and I happen to be tipped. My hotel doesn't seem to be going down anytime soon. It has taken me out of poverty. The gentleman before me said $15 an hour will not take anybody out of poverty. Yes, it will. I'm 23 years old, and I am a homeowner in the 9th District, and I am proud. Being 23, if I was working minimum wage, that means I wouldn't be making what my husband is making because he's 28. How is that fair? How is it fair that because I am not 25, I'm not making that? What if I was a mother? What if I was a single mother? I am standing on behalf of all those tipped workers. Including my tip into my pay is wage theft. That is wage theft. The tip that I get from doing a service it's from the guest that was happy with my service. Sometimes you could give the best service possible and people won't tip you. You get stiffed all the time, and we still have to pay taxes on that. I've seen my coworkers have negative checks because people don't tip them, or because of the taxes that they get on top of their pay. It's not fair. And again, I stand for all of the tipped workers here in Long Beach. $15 an hour, no exemptions. $15 an hour, no exceptions for the youth, because that is age discrimination. If we don't age discriminate for the old, we don't age discriminate for the youth. Why are we age discriminating? It's just like racial discrimination. It is another form of discrimination. It is not okay. And I am a tipped employee, and I stand for all of the tipped employees. Again, thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please. Thank you, sir. Guys, hey, hold on a second. Guys, sir, 1 second. I'm asking everyone to get the same amount of respect when they speak, so please, thank you, sir.
Somebody liked my shorts? I'm a small business owner in Long Beach. My name is George Sabag. I have a restaurant. I have 18 employees. And I'm wondering how many of you people think that a 60% wage increase will enable any business in Long Beach or anywhere in the world to survive. This is what you're talking about, a few dollars an hour. This is a 60% wage increase over what it was when it was $9 an hour. If the minimum wage goes up $1 in my restaurant, it costs me $500 a week in payroll. The minimum wage has gone up $2, so it's cost me now $1,000 a week in payroll. If it goes to $15 an hour, my current payroll is $250,000 a year. If it goes to $15 an hour, my payroll will be $400,000 a year. That's a $150,000 increase. I don't make that kind of money in the restaurant. We're lucky to make 10%. Yet all of you people think it's really easy to do a 60% wage increase. It's ludicrous. So what am I doing? Well, I've got a $500 wage increase last year. I raised my prices to get $500 more. I had a $500 wage increase this year. I raised my prices again. I will raise my prices every time the minimum wage goes up. And by the time it gets to $15, you people that still have jobs will be paying $16 for a hamburger. You need to realize this is pure inflation. Nobody is going to gain from this minimum wage increase. It's ludicrous to think that any small business can sustain a 60% wage increase when we fight to make 10% gross margin. It's ludicrous. I don't know what else to say. I just can't believe that anybody in this room thinks that any business can sustain that kind of a wage increase. And if you guys vote for this $15 an hour wage increase, you will in fact be hurting the people that you think you're helping, because the people that still have jobs will be paying $16 for a hamburger. They will not have gained a nickel. Let me give you one more fact. In 1950, the minimum wage was 75 cents an hour. In today's dollars, that was $7.01 in buying power. The federal minimum wage today is $7.25 an hour. That means in 65 years, the buying power of the minimum wage has increased workers' pay by 24 cents. You guys need to realize that. The minimum wage is pure inflation. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. That closes down our speakers list. So a few things, then we're going to take this back to the council for deliberation. I want to obviously just start by thanking everyone that came in and spoke tonight. In a minute, I'm going to turn this over to Vice Mayor Lowenthal, who's the author of the original motion. But I wanted to, without obviously repeating a lot of what I've been saying over the last few weeks, I want to just say a few thank yous. I want to start off by obviously thanking all of the workers that have come out and advocated for their families and themselves, the business owners. And I want to also just say there's been, sometimes you hear things about business owners, and I know a lot of these guys out here, whether it's Lisa or Jimmy or Mike, and you guys are good guys. I get that. Thank you for having great businesses in the city and for your investments. And so I know that most of you guys aren't coming to this thing because you don't care about your employees, because I know you guys care about them very much. And I want to thank the LA Fed and the Raise the Wage Coalition, who have been very active in leading this effort on the workers' side, as well as the Council of Business Association groups and the DLBA, the Bixby Knolls Improvement Association, the Anaheim Business Group, all the different groups and business groups that were a part of that, including the Chamber. Thank you guys for your advocacy. I want to thank mostly, the staff, because I know that for a lot of us have been to these hearings. I've been to many. Some people up here, including Councilwoman Mungo and Councilmember Uranga, are members of the council committee, so they've been to a few additional to everybody else up here. But the staff has been, I think, a complete kind of all-star team since day one on the city side. And I know you guys don't see a lot of their work, but they've been working very hard to answer questions from the council, to answer questions from the community, from business owners, from workers. And so I just want to thank the staff for all your hard work in this process. It's been tough. I also want to, in particular, thank the Economic Development Commission and their work. Again, I was counting. I think they hosted 2 hearings and 2 separate meetings just on this issue. And so, if you guys thought tonight was a lot, which it was, I think they had 4 of those. And so that's a lot of work and a lot of input. And obviously, they forwarded on some recommendations tonight. And so I just want to thank them. And so I think all that's important to be said as we move forward in this conversation. I'm going to now turn this over to Vice Mayor Lowenthal. I know that I have a long speakers list, folks with different ideas, I'm sure, and input, which is great. So let's just be respectful through the process, please, and let's hear what people have to say. Everyone's had a chance to weigh in at this point, with the exception of the 9 members of the council. So let's give them their shot now. So turn this over to Vice Mayor Lowenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Actually, if you can just give me a minute, I'm just pulling up something. Perhaps if someone has a question, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, what I'm going to do is turn this over to Councilwoman Mungo, just to do an announcement from Councilwoman Price.
Councilwoman Price had to leave suddenly when notified that fire personnel were with her children as her husband was rushed to the hospital. Mark is currently in stable condition in the ER, and she does not know if she'll be able to return, but she's 5 minutes away should he get to a point where she can return. So she apologizes and is in our thoughts.
Yeah, absolutely. I think her whole family is in our thoughts. So,
Great.
Vice Mayor
Thank you.
Lowenthal?
I'm glad you made that announcement. I know several of you were concerned, and if you can just keep her and her family in our thoughts, I would appreciate it. So I want to thank everyone for the robust conversation, and I lost count how many speakers came forward, but certainly everyone that came forward has a valid and very important message to share with us, and they're more than just opinions, and this council has listened and does listen and is very grateful for all of your input, and you're very passionate about it, and we heard different levels of passion. I do want to take us back to the first speaker, not because she was the most impactful or powerful, but something about her testimony. It reminded me quite a bit of the early work I did in domestic violence and how economic independence can be so liberating. And we often think of liberty as sometimes just an option to have something more, greater wealth perhaps. But I worked in a field and industry where liberty meant really liberty from tyranny in your own household, liberty from the oppressiveness that being trapped because of economic reasons can provide. And so she reminds me that liberty, dignity, and opportunity that a living wage or raising the minimum wage can provide is something that cannot be overlooked. And it isn't just my personal philosophical orientation to the issue. It is backed by numerous studies. And so I think when we hear those of us who talk about the fundamental human reasons why we should do something, there's sometimes an assumption that it's not backed by data. And if there's ever a doubt that anything that I have worked on this council in the last decade has not been backed by data, I implore you to reconsider that thought and do your research, because that has never been the case. I may come to the dais and speak in a very impassioned way and perhaps leave out some of the very academic research that our staff has done or that I have done, but let there never be a doubt that these thoughts and proposals are not well researched. We talk about how much work and workers do, and we know that worker productivity has gone up much more than wages. That too is backed by data. I think our last speaker, who is a highly reputable restaurant owner in our community and has done quite a bit in employing people in our city, addressed that minimum wage was just mere inflation, and it's an opinion and it's a point of view, and I respect that, but I will share with you, backed by research and data, that worker productivity has gone up much faster than wages. Workers are already much more productive, and what we have is the Center for Economic Policy and Research in a 2012 issue brief that reported if you use the 1968 minimum wage as a benchmark, federal minimum wage as a benchmark, and I'm only citing this because it's sort of that primacy and recency theory. You remember the first thing you heard and you remember the last thing you heard, and the last speaker was quite compelling in his point of view that minimum wage was just an inflation. So I'll point to a study that states that if you look at the 1968 federal minimum wage as a benchmark, if minimum wage grew at the same rate as worker productivity, it would have reached $21.72 per hour by 2012. So I think it's a little bit more than a gift. It's a lot more than a gift. It is paying someone the worth of the work that they do, and also when everything else goes up in price, but the minimum wage does not, and we know that everything else has gone up in price when the minimum wage has not, then we have to ask ourselves the question, what type of city and what type of living environment do we expect our residents and our workers to live in? So when we take it back to what the LA EDC report showed us, we know that in Long Beach, 46.4% of our households have $50,000 or less in household income. And that's not to speak to the number of individuals that live in that household, but just if we look at that. We know that 21.1% of individuals live below the federal poverty level. And I'm not sure if we're all familiar with what the federal poverty level is. Our presenter mentioned that it was low, and she said it was very low and emphasized it a couple of times. It is very low. The 2015 poverty level for a household of one person is $11,770. Tuition to a good school costs more than that. And we talk about a society of opportunities. For two people, it's $15,930. For three, it's $20,090. And you add about $4,000 to $5,000 per person that you add to a household. It is extremely low. So when we say that someone is 150% above poverty level or 200% above poverty level, those are not huge amounts. So you add in Long Beach those of us who are up to 150% poverty level and those of us who are up to 200%, still very low. That brings us to 42.9% of our city. Almost 50% of our city live in conditions on incomes that I don't think a lot of us think about. It is quite an out of sight, out of mind situation. It's an incredible figure, but people make do and they figure it out. At such low income levels, most of the earnings, we know, we also saw this in the study, it goes to housing, it goes to food, it goes to transportation. They're very basic things. There are no luxuries involved at such low levels. And by luxuries, they're not luxuries. I just mean just any form of recreation, which we all know contributes to well-being. We heard people talk about not knowing when the last time they took a holiday. I don't think they mean a holiday overseas. I just think they mean a day off from work. That's a holiday. And that's important for us to keep in mind. It's not my frame of reference necessarily, but it is someone else's experience and what it means to be in that person's shoes. And we know that that's not one person. That's nearly half of our city. That's a lot of people. We heard from our teenagers in the audience and young adults about the opportunity to study and to improve their opportunities to study. That is what this nation was built on. It was built on opportunities, and we have seen our society lose touch with really what this country was founded on, and that really is an opportunity to improve ourselves. How does a child do that when she has to help support her household, when she is contributing to supporting a household? We've always talked about kids' only job being a student. Be a student, do your studies. That is what a child's profession is. We've heard from many children tonight that, and I know you're young adults, but you are children. We have heard from many children that they contribute to their household income. So how do you study and improve yourself when that is part of what your obligation is? And I know you do it willingly and gladly because that's what we do. We support our families, but even as parents, that must be crushing for your parents to know that they need your help to support the family. So raising wages when combined with the opportunity to save can comprise a family's total opportunity. That's what this conversation's about. It's not about $1 more an hour or $2 more an hour. It is what does that mean to a family? A family's total opportunity. And there is some significance to that when we consider that. To secure a standard of living that is dignified, and we heard a lot about living with dignity, but what do we mean by that? When you're not able to secure a standard of living that's dignified, we don't have our entire population participating in what we all call as a quality of life. That is what all of us here are elected to do, is to improve our residents' quality of life. So doing so, raising wages, combined with the opportunity to save, it contributes to both short and long-term financial security. And I take us back to our first speaker. It is because of the inability to have financial security that she and others, many, many others, find themselves in very dangerous situations. When we do so, when we raise wages combined with the opportunity to save, we can contribute to the overall well-being that affords people a feeling of agency. And by agency, I mean the ability to act. We don't have the ability to act or act on our own will or volition when we don't have that many choices, when we don't have that many economic choices. And so it does afford people that feeling of agency. And it's more than a feeling. It is a reality. That is the society we live in. She talked about Mayor Foster talking about a tale of two cities. That contributes to that divide. Those of us who can act and those of us who cannot act really is that division is created by that income and wealth inequity. And the accumulation of wealth, while we're talking about income right now, but over time, if we are able to have people on the path where they can participate in that, it grants us more options and it really eliminates the restrictions on how one can live one's life. So the notion that raising the minimum wage would not lift people out of poverty, it is not my opinion that it is not true. It is a fact that that is not true. In fact, one way to look at it, if you don't act, if we as a council don't act on some reasonable policy, one way to look at it is that low minimum wage laws are a form of government subsidies to low-wage businesses. That's exactly what it is. Someone is subsidizing it. And so by not acting, that's what we're doing. What do working people do if they don't have enough to eat, or if they need to go to hospital, or if they need housing that's better than where they are? What do? They turn to the government for public benefits. That is that cycle that we contribute to when we don't act and do the right thing. And so that subsidy is something that we need to actually reverse and turn into an empowerment. Subsidies don't feel like an empowerment. How does one gain an agency to act when you are on subsidy? But if you are earning your wage and you are earning a living wage and an improved minimum wage, that's an opportunity that subsidies can never provide psychologically. It can never provide physically in our household stability. And so those are some of the fundamental reasons that bring me here after 10 years of having worked on public policy in this city, and after having incrementally, with our council, laid down policies that lead us down this path. This is not something that is completely new for this city or this city council. It is really a next step in what we have been working toward all along to improve the quality of life for people in Long Beach. So when we take the testimony that we've heard today, and we have heard many times about the Long Beach Way, and I know there are different opinions about what the Long Beach Way is, but something that I will always hold very near and dear to me through my experience here is when Long Beach does do something, we would say, Mayor Garcia and I would say, as goes Long Beach, so does the state of California. We have seen many, many ways that the state has followed Long Beach's path because it has been the right path, not only for our city, but for the entire state. And I don't doubt that this will be another example of that because it is well thought out, it has been well researched, and we have done our academic literature review as well as our practical data review. But when you pair that up with a compelling calling to do the right thing, then it is the right thing. It isn't just a point of view. So what I'd like to do at this time, Mr. Mayor, is I would like to make possibly 2, 3 motions, and I would seek the city attorney's counsel on if they merit splitting them up.
2 or 3 motions?
2, sorry, I meant 2.
Well, okay, I thought you said 2 or 3, but I wasn't sure. You meant 2?
I meant 2.
Okay.
1 or 2. If the city attorney says it should be combined, then it would be 1.
Okay.
Mayor, members of City Council, it is possible to divide the question here if the motion is, there's 3 different items here on the council, and I'm not sure where the council vice mayor is going, but if there's direction to prepare an ordinance, and you have certain items that you would like to be voted on second or separately to add to that ordinance, you could divide the question. The motion to divide the question requires a second. It is not debatable. If there is no objection to dividing the question, then you could move forward with two separate motions or multiple motions to divide the question. If there is objection, then there would be a vote on dividing the question.
Basically, it sounds like you can divide the question, do two motions. If one of the motions is in the spirit of one of the three that's been put forward within the agenda, and if there's no objection to that, then you can move forward. If there is objection, you would have to actually vote on dividing the question. Is that right, Charlie?
That's correct. The first motion would be the substantive motion, and then the additional, if there's additional motions on dividing the question, they would need to stand alone. So if you had a motion, for example, that would propose a minimum wage, and then that were to pass, the second motion of the question that's divided would be, would the council like to add a particular something to that, an exemption or something else that would be substantive that you could move forward with that or not?
Okay. I believe I understand. So, dear colleagues, I would like to make a motion to approve the recommendations of the Economic Development Commission with a wage schedule of January 1st, 2017, the wage to $10.50. On January 1st, 2018, an increase to $12. On January 1st, 2019, an increase to $13. That's exactly as the Commission has recommended. Small businesses and nonprofits with 25 or fewer employees have an additional year to implement the schedule, and first increase for them would be in January 1, 2018 to $10.50 an hour. This new policy would also include city departments on the same schedule, a strong wage enforcement that is managed by the city and includes private right of action for workers, mandatory posting, anti-retaliation clause, revocation power for the city, and a fine program for the city. In early 2019, launch a second study with the LA Economic Development Corporation to study the minimum wage impacts on employment, sales tax, and overall impact on economy that will be presented to the Long Beach City Council at a special hearing. And colleagues, I'd like to note that this comes from all of the testimony we have heard about the concerns about what the impact would be. I think this would be a reasonable way for us to study what the impacts are, learn what the impacts are, and take further action at that time. That is the substantive portion of my motion. The secondary portion is a pathway to $15 per hour. If after the study, the said study, we see no major negative impacts to jobs and the local economy, we continue on a pathway to $15 an hour, whereby, 1, on January 1, 2020, we would increase the wage to $14 an hour, and 2, on January 1, 2021, we would increase the wage to $15 an hour. Small businesses and nonprofits with 25 or fewer employees would get an additional year to implement this schedule. And in 2023, the minimum wage will set the consumer price index for the LA metropolitan area.
Okay, that's the motion on the floor. Councilman Richardson, you were the second on that? Okay, so let me go to, thank you, Vice Mayor. I'm going to go to Councilman Richardson, and then I have a long
think of speakers.
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. And I've taken my time to listen to all the testimony tonight and my council colleagues. And I got to tell you, what I prepared tonight has dramatically changed from all the different comments and hearing sort of the different issues that want to be discussed. I want to thank all the people who, it's past 11 o'clock, and my wife is still struggling to get the baby down, but she's watching at home, and just, you know, it's amazing that this issue is so many people are passionate about this issue. I want to acknowledge the commission, the Economic Development Commission, the Human Relations Commission, city staff, everyone who's done work on this. You all have gone through this, and this is the first time the City Council gets to evaluate what that commission has been evaluating for a while, so that should be noted. This is not a new issue. It's been studied and studied. We have two studies here in Long Beach. There have been studies over the ages about this, and there are great points and there are not so great points, and there are positive and negative points out there. So for me, it comes down to what is the intent and what are your values as an organization in terms of what you hope to achieve as a minimum with a minimum wage. If I think about a minimum wage, I'm thinking, what does this, what is the purpose? And in my opinion, it's to make sure people aren't taken advantage of. And if you work a day's wage, you should get a fair day's work. So the question is, what is fair? If you believe in a minimum wage, you should believe that folks should get a fair wage. So let's tackle that question. Well, the study presents a number of different findings. I noticed that there was a survey of businesses. So quickly, in this survey, Mr. City Manager, what was the percentage of businesses that said they would close should we move forward with an action tonight?
As I recall, it was 0%.
And I wanted to make sure we highlight that because I've gotten a lot of veiled threats about, hey, this is going to force all these businesses to close, but an unbiased survey of how many 600 businesses, 0% indicated that. And during the process of this survey, did we survey the working poor, low-wage workers, or receive their input through a process of a survey as well about how they would spend any additional revenue should that be created?
So the survey instrument actually was specific to businesses. We did hear a lot of that through the public comment, but the actual survey instrument was for 600 randomly sampled businesses.
So it would be tough to. So I saw a slide and I heard a lot of comment about how people would spend this wage. How did we come to those assumptions if we didn't provide a survey to impacted low-wage workers?
I think we'd have to ask the LEDC to talk about that, their methodology, if you'd like an answer to that question.
Okay. Vice Mayor Lowenthal brought up the issue of what the poverty line is in Long Beach, and I want to, and so I understand that everyone across the nation uses the same federal poverty line, but is there some sort of a local poverty line that for, say, a family of four?
So while the poverty line is the $24,250 for a family of four, the federal level that the Vice Mayor mentioned, we do look at a number of other indicators, including something called area median income. An area median income, which what the state is kind of considering moderate and meets the definition of moderate for an affordable housing perspective, is about $75,000 within the city of Long Beach.
So a more reasonable poverty line would be $75,000 annually for a family of four, and that's with two workers in the household. Have we calculated what the annual wage would be should someone receive a $13 an hour or a $15 an hour minimum wage, and how that compares to the income poverty line for a family of four?
I think part of that was part of the LEDC study. If we can ask Christine to answer that question.
Okay, so I want to applaud the EDC, the Economic Development Commission, for the framework. I want to applaud COBA and everyone else who provided the recommendation. Did any other commission provide a recommendation on the minimum wage?
Yes, we for city commissions, we had the Human Relations Commission did provide a support letter, and you have that in your packet today. They made that action on Thursday, and that was provided today to the city council.
And what was the recommendation?
To support, I believe, up to a $15 an hour wage.
Is there a reason why that wasn't set next to the EDC's recommendation or the COBA recommendation?
Because that recommendation was done on Thursday, and the staff report's been out for much longer than that.
That makes sense. Was the COBA, did council request the COBA recommendation, or did we request the Economic Development Commission recommendation?
No, the only study that was actually commissioned by the study was the LAEDC study, and then the Economic Development Commission, which is a city commission. COBA and the Economic Roundtable were separate efforts that were not related to the city, but we definitely heard their input at the Economic Development Commission, and that helped to inform the Economic Development Commission's recommendations.
Okay. I just want to make sure that what's presented to the public, because you're right, I did receive the recommendation from the other commission, and I wouldn't want to discount any commissioner's service on this critical issue.
Councilmember, just to clarify, I think the difference is that both commissions did a recommendation, but there was only one commission that was asked to make a recommendation from the council. And so
I get it.
I think that's what staff did. I think the HRC weighed in on their own, but that's, I think, probably the difference.
And I get that, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate that. I was just concerned because I saw the COBA recommendation in the official presentation when I know that we didn't commission that. And it's great that COBA stepped up to provide that, but I want to make sure all the perspectives were represented in this discussion. A few more questions. So if we said that it's $75,000 is the poverty line for a family of four, by my calculations, if you raise the wage to $13 an hour, that's roughly $27,000 a year, or $15 an hour, that's roughly $31,000 a year. So it doesn't quite get you to, out of poverty, but while it doesn't get you there, if you have two workers in one household, if they work hard and never miss a day of work, if they never miss a day of work beyond what's mandated by the state for sick days, they would make $62,000 a year at $15 an hour. So that's still below $75,000 a year. So if someone works at $15 an hour, it doesn't get you out of poverty. This is by no means a living wage, but it does help put you on the path to get out of poverty. So that makes me think of, when I was a kid, so I was raised by a single mom who worked as a nurse's aide and worked part-time at Jack in the Box. And when myself and my sister were in high school, and we have a little brother, we both worked part-time jobs. I worked at Jack in the Box, and my sister worked a part-time job in town. And we didn't make very much money, but we did pick up a bill. I had the light bill. She had, I think, the phone bill. We didn't have cell phones at the time. They weren't really big. They were really expensive at the time. So certainly I do, support the concept of youth jobs. They teach valuable lessons, but wouldn't it be great if mom just made a few dollars more so that high school kid X maybe has to make a choice about whether he wants to work and doesn't have to pick up that extra bill? It might have been $100 a month, but that was my commitment. There's an interesting slide. The one that stood out to me most here was that average household expenditures in Long Beach, $69,484. I believe it. I mentioned I have a 1-year-old, and we just got a quote for childcare. And I'm looking at what childcare costs annually, and it is more than, childcare annually could potentially be higher than the poverty level for an individual in our federal poverty level. So it seems like it seems pretty blatant to me that we have to make something happen here. So I think that the motion here that takes us to 13 and puts us on a path to 15 with the studies and all that, but puts us on a path. I think that takes the pressure off this concept of working poor. I think that's important. I think the other element, Vice Mayor Lowenthal, that you mentioned on strong local wage enforcement. I think that's important. So I'm certainly in support of that. And so I would say that I heard a lot of comment about sort of youth workers. So I would say my thought there is that as I think back to my time as a youth worker, I started off, I think I worked for a nickel, sort of a nickel arcade, and wore a little funny vest. I was a guy who stood on the corner with a disc man holding up a sign, and I had it was kind of embarrassing, but I did it because I needed a job. So my circumstance is, I would think, uniquely different because I was a student. I was a high school student working on a permit.
Councilman, hold on a second. Okay. Ma'am, you did.
I'm okay. It's not impacting me.
No, but it's impacting the audience, and so you cannot do that. So one more time, and you just did something that you did last time, which we had to stop the meeting for. Do not do that again, please, ma'am. We're trying to be respectful, okay? No, you're not. Okay, so if you do that again, I'm going to take another recess. And we're going to go through the process. Please, I ask you, don't do it again. Councilman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I just want to get through this. It's been late.
Go ahead, Councilman.
I can press through. So the point I'm making is that I think there's, I certainly see the value in giving a shot in the arm to the working poor, addressing this issue of poverty. I think when I've heard a lot of recommendations about youth workers, and I was a youth worker, I certainly understand. I would want to sort of ask I remember when I was youth worker, I had to have a work permit that ensured that, I met academic requirements. I didn't drop below a certain GPA. All of that was managed through the school district, and I want to make sure that if we do anything around youth today, that we understand the distinct difference between a person that's working at Jack in the Box like myself and going to school, or the person who's head of household, under 18, emancipated, working just like an adult. I think those are two distinctly different circumstances. I would hate to say if something happens, if there's any exception here, that it would impact unfairly someone who's essentially no different than a 19-year-old who's working or a 22 who's working in one of these low-wage jobs. So that I'm going to pose that as a question to the city manager. Are you familiar with the whole work permit process?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we're by no means experts in that type of situation, but from what we understand, there is a requirement under state law to get a work permit if you are under 18, and that is normally issued by the school district, and then there are certain exemptions for certain classifications of minors. For example, some minors that have a GED can be less than 18 and not have to get a permit, but if you're under 18, you need a permit. So that's certainly something that we can research more and find out from our school district what those different exceptions are. Also, I do want to make a quick clarification. We talked about the $75,000 number. Poverty level really is the $24,250. That is a definition in federal law of poverty level. The $75,000 is trying to give an example of in Long Beach and in LA County more of what the area median income is and what the state considers more of a needing assistance for housing for moderate income.
Certainly. And I get it. Thank you so much. So I would just ask that, whatever happens tonight, we make sure that is it true that that whole work permit process is handled by the school district? We have no...
Correct. It's not a city function, but handled through the school district under the direction of the Department of Industrial Relations.
So I think we should certainly engage them in a discussion about, how do I want a better understanding on how they handle emancipated workers, disconnected students people who are no longer in school and have no connection to the school district. Like, I would be curious about how we handle that, because the last thing I would want to do is create an exemption system that is easy to game and somehow does the opposite of what we would like to do, which is help to assist people out of poverty through this action. So that said, I'm supportive of the motion, both elements, and thank you for the motion, Vice Mayor.
Councilman Mungo.
I want to thank everyone for coming out tonight. I think that this was a very good discussion. I know that many of you have come out 3 and 4 times as we've held the ED&F committee meetings all over the city. And I appreciate the dedication it takes to come each and every time and hear from others. So with that in mind, I do also want to thank LAEDC, COBA, and the others who worked really hard to provide us with options. I think that in kind of pairing on what Lisa Ramelow said, I grew up in a family that had a deadbeat dad who didn't pay child support and a mom who didn't go to college because she got married and wanted to help run a family business. And when you get divorced, you then can't work for that family business anymore, and you not only have 2 kids to support, but you have no income. And so I started working at age 15 and a half. I got my youth permit, my work permit, and I worked starting at 15 and a half. And I believe in building those skills because at 15 and a half, and sometimes 16, and some kids that I've had as interns, even 17 and 18, the change in them during that time is remarkable, and it's so much easier to hire a 20-year-old or a 21-year-old or a 23-year-old, quite honestly. I would like to also build on the comments of what I will call Commissioner Larkin today, but as I knew him originally, he was a WIA board member, working really hard for the untrained, long-term employed workers to help them out of poverty before this discussion ever started. So in honoring that, I'd like to propose a friendly amendment. I'd like to, let's see, I've prepared a few notes, so bear with me as we walk through this. In consideration of the many federally funded youth employment programs, which I've talked about since well before this dialogue started, since the day I was elected, I've really championed what Commissioner Larkin and I talked about oh so long ago, but these federal youth employment programs, and to support the mayor in his continued efforts to expand on the paid internships available in Long Beach. Let's incentivize businesses to hire interns and through the WIOA program. So to do that and to hire our long-term unemployed, our foster youth, our reentry, our CalWorks, and our homeless vets so that they can get the job experience that they need to build their skills. I propose a business incentive to utilize the state wage for youth through age 21 and the DOL-defined youth, including but not limited to homeless vets and reentry as defined by WIOA Title 1B, WIOA Title 1B, WIOA Title 2, WIOA Title 3, and WIOA Title 4 as defined in the state plan to pull our most vulnerable and unemployable out of poverty. And I think that their research is just as admirable as the research that we've done here today. On a statewide level, this is the commitment that all workforce investments have united behind, and I think it's really imperative that we do that here. So I hope that you'll consider that friendly amendment, Vice Mayor.
Mayor, members of the council, I'm sorry if I'm sorry to interrupt, Vice Mayor, but I'm trying to make sure I understand the amendment as you've proposed, Councilwoman. Is it a youth exemption, and you mentioned veterans also? Is there?
So in the WIOA language, it specifically outlines who qualifies to be paid by the federal government for these job programs. So I'm saying youth up to age 21 and those defined in the program.
And at what rate were you proposing that they be paid?
The state wage.
State minimum wage.
Correct.
So may I ask for a clarification as well? When you say youth up to the age of 21, do you mean youth that qualify for those programs and are also being incentivized through those programs, or all youth?
So to ensure that, so our internship program doesn't only target WIOA. Our internship program targets all youth in Long Beach. When we stepped forward as a city to say we have some of the lowest rates of internship for the number of jobs in the city, we wanted to double and triple that, and we don't specifically target WIOA. So I feel that it's kind of a two-parter. One is youth up to age 21, and then any WIOA definition, because within the WIOA program, there are certain youth categories, specifically in reentry and foster emancipation and our veterans, that go up to age 22 or some specific definitions. So the WIA draft was provided to our offices in a correspondence, so I tried to call out we owe Title 1B, and I don't know if legally I have to say we owe a title in front of all of them, but we owe a Title 1B, 2, 3, and 4. And I think that that really aligns with the state's goal of hiring the long-term unemployed. And the long-term unemployed in Long Beach actually are concentrated in our 6th district, and the mayor kind of highlighted that in the State of the City over a year ago. And for us to really get those individuals back to work, if we do not consider this business incentive, then there would be less potential hours available for them to build those skills. And the federal government kind of came up with what that model looks like in a number of hours. And so we can't really change the hours as much as we can. The only option if we don't put in this business incentive would be to reduce the number of individuals who have access to the programs. So that would be my hope, is that this council would be able to afford those long-term unemployed those opportunities.
I think going down a path to support business incentives is one that I certainly would support, and what you propose is intriguing and interesting, and if you'll let me just digest it while others are talking, so I can take a little bit of time and sit with it for a minute, I'd appreciate that. But it is interesting, and I do think we're on that right path.
Wonderful. And then just for a point of clarification, that's against your first motion.
That's what?
Again, yeah, you have 2 motions. So I don't know if I have to speak on one motion or the other or define it.
So I have actually right now just one motion that no one has called to separate.
Oh.
So
Got it.
Is that correct, Mr. City?
I believe that you had identified you wanted 2 separate motions, but you identified,
Yes.
you've laid out kind of the entire
Right.
motion.
I'm
as I
sorry. I
understand
do
it.
want 2 separate motions. I said both components at once. Yes.
Okay, great.
Yes, you're right.
I hope it would carry on to the second, but I think it's important against the first.
Okay.
And then I have one other friendly amendment. In consideration of our desire to focus our efforts on bringing people out of poverty, I would like to ask that we request the city attorney's office to follow the state movement on the total compensation model and provide written correspondence to the council, including a legal opinion on total earnings at his earliest convenience. But I recognize that that might take a bit because it's still developing, but I'd hope it would be back in 45 days, or I know we have this coming back, so I don't know the timeline, but as soon as reasonable.
So we're asking just for information when you ask for that, friendly?
Yes.
And this is information that the city attorney would gather on total compensation?
And I tried to use I think we would all call it a 2 from 4, but I think the public would recognize it as a written correspondence.
I think as long as we're just asking the city attorney to research and provide information, that would be, I can accept that at this time.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, thanks. Councilmember Supernow.
You know, I think my comments have to come at a later point to where we are in these, so I'd like to hold off for just a second.
No problem. We have plenty more people, so you'll have plenty of chance to come back. Councilmember Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I want to thank everybody for hanging with us this evening. I know this is a very important issue to a lot of people. I think this is a historic day for our city, and I feel, for one, very fortunate to be here at service at this time in our city's history. I want to especially thank those who helped us get here to this point, especially our Economic Development Commission, who I applaud because I had an opportunity to sit, and I wasn't here, but I streamed the meeting last week. It was much like this one this evening, and I know there were many others leading up to that point, and so these commissioners have certainly risen to the level of service of the city, to the city, and I wanted to express my appreciation to them. For a commission that was just created a few months ago, you know, we may think about compensating them in the future because it was a lot of hard work. So thank you very much to the commissioners who served on that commission. I think that commission was diverse, and I commented as well that I was actually pleasantly surprised that they reached the conclusion that they did reach because their recommendations actually move the ball forward. It's progress, and I know it was a lot of tough wrangling for those on that commission to get to where they did in the decision before us today. So I also want to thank the many activists from the Raise the Wage campaign, the LA County Fed, for continuing to push, the organizing the community, the many contacts that I've had via email, Twitter, one-on-one conversations have been very fruitful, and I appreciate it. And our business leaders who've come forward and given us perspectives to think about as a council, as policymakers. You know, please understand, you're not victims here. You know, I think we all will win at the end of the day. And Long Beach will be a better city for the decision that we make this evening. I have no doubt that we are going to raise the wage this evening. And I want to thank the LA EDC and COBA, the chamber. I mean, this was a full, this was an open, transparent process. Everybody had a seat at the table. Everybody had an opportunity to share their viewpoints. And this was the Long Beach way. If anything, I think it was open and the decision we make this evening, I think we'll feel good about it from the standpoint that we know that we had full input from everybody. From my perspective, I think things are really looking up for Long Beach. I want to be very clear. I came out and I endorsed a statewide minimum wage months ago. I think that's the way for the state to go. And we are going to set a standard, and we're going to lead the way, help lead the way to getting the state of California there. And the decision before us is a major decision that will change our city and change lives in our city for the better. I think we have an opportunity. We heard a lot about addressing poverty this evening and quality of life for those who are willing to work and make an honest living. And in the spirit of Dr. Martin Luther King, we celebrated his birthday just yesterday. All labor has dignity, but it especially has dignity if you can, you know, have a quality of living, and you can live on what you earn. I too got a work permit at 15 and a half. I took opinions and surveys in the mall, got the opportunity to deal with difficult personalities and learn how to deal with rejection. It helped me with my dating game many years later. But that valuable experience helped shape my career. It helped shape who I am today because I had an opportunity to work as a young person. I'm passionate about getting people out of poverty, but I'm also passionate about young people and getting our young people prepared and building our workforce for the future. And so, you know, I'm interested in doing more. I don't think we necessarily have to get it all right this evening, you know, because the last time I checked, this will be an ordinance. And on any given Tuesday, we can change an ordinance. We can tweak an ordinance. We can fix an ordinance. We can improve our policies. And so I think this is a great first step for the city of Long Beach to move and show commitment to the workers throughout our city. I think raising the wage here will add dignity and increase economic opportunity for thousands of workers in our city. We have an opportunity to do that this evening. And those workers have many faces and backgrounds. They are our youth, they're seniors, they're students, they're our neighbors, and they are every ethnicity. They are the people who provide service and work in our retail and fast food establishments. And so the minimum wage we will, I think, make a great first step this evening, and understanding, listening to some of our businesses. I think there's some sticker shock here because, you know, the rally cry is for 15, and we are going to create a pathway to 15, but this is going to be a phased-in approach. And when I look at the history of the minimum wage in California, it has gone up incrementally. It's gone up year by year. When it has gone up, it has gone up 8%, 10%, and I think we are being consistent with that in this regard, and understanding that there were many years where the minimum wage did not move, and this is why we have this great movement to raise wages. I've said from the very beginning, a rising tide will lift all boats, and so there's not this compaction issue. If the minimum wage is $15 in 2021, whatever, if you're making $20 today, I think you'll be making more, quite frankly, in 2021, or when the minimum wage is $15. The rising tide will lift all boats. And I think doing nothing will change nothing. And so we have a unique opportunity in front of us to make change. I did want to offer a friendly amendment as well, because with that commitment and passion to getting interns involved in our city and getting our young people important training and opportunities in the workforce, I think it's important that we build in that, and understanding that we want to incentivize our businesses to hire young people as well. So given how important it is to provide training and learning opportunities, especially for members of underrepresented and high poverty communities, I think it's essential to create incentives for employers to hire and train interns and first-time workers. Therefore, I'd like to propose the following friendly amendment to the current motion. And I'm not sure if this is the first or second, but we'll just get it in there. Hopefully you'll accept it, Vice Mayor. Create a new working intern amendment that would allow employers to pay 85% of the minimum wage for 480 hours or 6 months, whichever is sooner for employees in a job or activity in which they have no previous or similar related experience. And I think that'll go a long way toward getting young people the opportunity to work. And I expressed my concern when this first came before us that, you know, I thought our young workers would have a hard time competing to have a first job. And I think this might address some of the concerns raised by Commissioner Larkin, as well as my colleague, Councilmember Mungo. So that's my friendly.
And Vice Mayor, before, just real quick, just to clarify one thing, and before Vice Mayor, so I know that I think the city of Santa Monica passed something similar to that.
Absolutely.
Recently, and just so that I understand as well, I think the intention of that is to allow first-time workers that are going into a job that's for a set period of time, so an internship or a seasonal job or their first-time job. So it's something that certainly either lasts, I think your numbers were either 6 months or 480 hours, whichever comes first of those two. And so I know that was what the Santa Monica, something similar I think passed in Santa Monica last week.
And I think the state labor code is very clear on what an intern is and what a learned worker is. I mean, I think, you know, they don't necessarily, this is not a way to undercut labor costs necessarily. These are workers who will be trained and have training opportunities with an employer in a paid internship. And I can tell you I have offered opportunities, and I know there are a lot of internships out there that are unpaid, right? And so this would actually create a pathway for paid interns throughout our city. And I know that's been a big priority of yours, Mr. Mayor.
Absolutely. And I do like what, obviously, what Santa Monica did in that direction. So, Vice Mayor?
Thank you. And I think that captures the spirit of what we had heard about people's interest in incentivizing trainees and new workers to an industry. I just have one question. So in that 85% calculation, would that ever take it lower than the state minimum wage? So if the state minimum wage is $10 an hour, so for instance, the first step of our minimum wage is $10.50. So that would not be applicable at that time, correct?
I believe it would.
Well, I think,
So-
I think this might be a staff.
Yeah.
Mr. Modica might know.
Yes, so it's our understanding that there currently is a provision in state law for learners that is
Okay.
85% of workers. So in that case, they wouldn't be any different, any different than what state law already allows. We'd have to verify that, but that language that Santa Monica uses sounds very similar to what is currently in state law, but we'll verify.
So as long as we're aligning to what is allowable under state law, I think that's your intent, Councilmember Austin, then I would accept that friendly amendment.
And just to be clear, though, it is, the Santa Monica law that passed is not the same thing as the state law. And so I think the Santa Monica law applies especially to this idea of, it's not so much focused on youth as it is this idea of like interns and seasonal employees or...
And what Councilmember Austin's proposing is interns,
Seasonal
employees,
Yes.
not just youth.
Yeah, it's less about age and more about that.
Right, and I think we would struggle with that age distinction, but it's the trainee concept, correct?
It's a training concept, and I think it meets the spirit of what what Councilmember Mungo was actually trying to put forth in her friendly as well.
Do I get to respond?
Okay.
Vice Mayor?
I will, and I heard what Councilmember Mungo had asked for, and I think in hearing your request, your proposal, and Councilmember Austin's proposal, I do lean toward what I'm hearing from his proposal because for a couple reasons. One, it's a little bit more clear from an understanding to prioritize the trainee piece, which I think was key for you as well, the new worker piece. I like the cap of 460 hours, is that correct? 80 hours. This addresses the issue that Councilman Richardson raised and others raised about not taking advantage of people, keeping them locked into certain wage categories, and so it really does. It's credible as a trainee incentive, a new employee incentive. So I will accept that.
Thank you. Let me go to Councilmember Andrews.
Yes, thank you, Vice Mayor. I don't think I'm going to sit here and wake all you guys up to listen to all of this because of the fact that I have a pretty good idea of my opinions and how I feel about a lot of this. Because first and foremost, I want to thank the City Economic Commission for their recommendation and the students who came here tonight. I know it's been a long, time, but when this item first came to the City Council, I was co-author, with our Vice Mayor Lowenthal, and there were more people earning minimum wage in my district than any other district in the city of Long Beach, which it came out early to create a pathway to support the $15 an hour, a pathway to the $15 an hour. And I don't like to say, I don't see where any of this will bring anybody out of poverty. But there is a pathway. Like I say, if we talked back in the days, we talked about the minimum wage and the other wages. Like I say, when we talk about minimum wage, and it doesn't fit the criteria where because we talk about the day and the economy the way it is, it would never, ever come to, to equal each other. So I've heard the pro and cons of, why we should or should not increase the wages, but I really think that speaking of Dr. King, we really need to move forward tonight. I think we need to move forward tonight, and I've been waiting, in hopes for a long time, and I think it's really time for us to act, really seriously. I heard the rising tide, but I think the rising tide with this will be with the votes, and I think it's time for us to move on with this instead of taking all these people's time. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Urenga. Sorry, let me, I'm sorry about that. Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Okay, thank you. So great discussion tonight. I want to thank everybody for being here. Again, the business community, our nonprofits, our LA County Fed, our workforce here in all over the city. I want to thank everybody for their hard work. I know it was a lot to come to this night and to really talk about all of the possibilities and possible solutions. So I'm happy that we've now been able to discuss this in a way that looks like we're moving towards a minimum wage here. And so what I will say, just to give us a larger context, and I think we do have a larger context in this, we've talked about poverty levels, unemployment rates. I happen to represent an area, I know I sound like a broken record, but at one point was 19%. It's actually lowered, I'm happy about that, to 16.5%. Homelessness, we have about 2,300 adults that are homeless here in the city of Long Beach, and over 75% of them are of working age. 255 are children, and 20% we know are citywide are living in poverty. Median income, $50,000 in the downtown area, which is great. And the reason I say that is because I have to care about these statistics because, of course, I represent them, but also because, particularly in the downtown area, when major retailers come to us and they've come to the DLBA or they've come to the city to look at areas, we've often struggled with our income rates. We've often struggled with retailers telling us that we don't have the income. And so I think now looking at this minimum wage and seeing what this could possibly have the opportunity for us to do is to potentially raise our income levels in a way that would also hopefully raise education levels as well. For instance, I know Trader Joe's particularly has talked about not coming to Long Beach because we don't have the education. And so there's other retailers, of course, like I said, that won't come to Long Beach maybe because we don't have this particular income levels. And so I see a benefit in that sense that will help other businesses as well. In addition to that, I think a second point, as I mentioned, is just the varying levels that we have of various poverty levels. Even median home values are about $400,000. Average studio, one bedroom, is about $1,000, upwards of $2,600 if you're needing a 3 or 4 bedroom. So it's pretty significant. Another point I think that a lot of the business community brought forward, but many others have brought forward many times, is wage theft. And I want to thank Vice Mayor Lowenthal for including that and talking about retaliation, talking about wage theft like it needs to be talked about, because I think that there's a really important fact here. It is very similar to what we're discussing, but also very distinct. And I think having that discussion in a study when we do see it back in a way that's comprehensive but really tackles the issue, especially with specific industries, is very important. But overall, an increase in the minimum wage is more than fair, in my opinion. It acknowledges our city's demographic makeup of individuals who, yes, they cook our food, entertain our tourists, take care of our children, tend tables we meet at, they fix our sandwiches, everything. And we've often supported many businesses with various business license fees, maybe waiving those. We have grants for businesses. We have workforce development opportunities for businesses. And I think at this point, it's really an opportunity for us as a city to really look at individuals more than just a dollar amount, but really value them for the work that they do. So I think looking at the Vice Mayor's plan so far in the Economic Development Commission's plan, and again, I want to thank our business community. I want to thank everyone that was involved. I think it is unprecedented that we've come to this point and that everyone has been involved. And I want to also commend our council for having a great discussion and really looking at a pathway to 15. And so I will be on board with support on the Vice Mayor's motions. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is, actually, Mr. City Attorney, did you want to jump in?
Just real quick, excuse me, Councilman Uranga. Clarification on the Vice Mayor's motion. I was looking at my notes here. On the second part, you said nonprofits and those companies of 25 and less. The nonprofit is not, is there a employee number for the nonprofits? Is it all nonprofits and small companies of 25?
They're both 25 or fewer employees.
So nonprofits that have 25 or fewer employees.
So small businesses and nonprofits with 25 or fewer employees.
There would be no distinction or necessary to say if you're just saying companies with 25 or less.
We can say that. I think I raised the distinction because there was a distinction made in public comment, but if you felt that it would be captured, just by saying businesses. I want to be sure that we're not providing that exemption.
I just want to be clear that the way I read the EDC report, it appeared to say all nonprofits and small companies of 25 or less. And what I now understand, it's only nonprofits of 25 or less or small companies.
Correct.
Councilmember Uranga.
Thank you. I'm not going to belabor this point. I think that we are on the right path. I think that we have basically discussed this item to its denouement. As far as I can tell, we're going in a direction that's going to take us to a path for $15 an hour, and I'm really appreciative of Councilmember Lowenthal for bringing that opportunity here. It serves the best of all worlds in respect to the Commission's recommendations, and I want to thank everybody who was involved in this. And those of you who are out there right now, good morning, because you've been here a long time. It's been a long day, and I'm sure that you're very tired, and you want to see a vote being taken, so I'm not going to take a lot more of that. But I think that when it comes down to the opportunity and what we're looking here at the table, the motions that are on the table, there's something that they are motions that I can agree with, because it does take us to that path where we need to. I could talk about my early work experiences, selling maps to the stars and how much I made when I was doing that. I don't know how many of you ever gone to Hollywood and bought a map. When I was doing that, it was 25 cents. It was 50 cents on the dollar, and didn't make much. I didn't need a permit. Of course, those days they weren't looking at that. More like child care laws didn't fit in. And I could also talk about me being a petroleum transfer engineer back when they had those, filling your car with gas, washing windshield wipers and kicking the wheels to put air. So, I could talk about all that, but I'm not going to. I think I just did. But bottom line is that we definitely need an increase in wages. It's long, very long overdue. And I think that, when we did the comments that were made earlier about Measure N, the sky did not fall. In fact, we rebounded, and we're doing even better now than we did in the past. So I'm ready to vote on this, and I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to Vice Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes, actually, Charlie, the city attorney just reminded me, in looking through the commission's recommendation, you're absolutely right, and my intent was to stay with the commission's recommendation. It is very late. I don't know how many of you think clearly at 12:15 a.m., but so thank you for that reminder. My intent is to stay with the commission recommendation, which is small businesses and all nonprofits, as for both pieces. The piece about the 1 year delay.
Thank you.
And the second piece, right, that's it for both pieces. For
Okay.
both sections, I mean.
Councilwoman Mungo.
Thank you. I appreciate Councilmember Austin's friendly with the state recommended training program. It doesn't fulfill my complete intent, because where I think the disadvantage will come is that there's, again, a serious maturity variance between a 16-year-old and an 18-year-old, and I'll be supportive of that as a part of this motion, even though I'm very disappointed that the full acknowledgement of individuals up to age 21 at the state wage is only still pending at this time, but I hope it'll be considered. I do want to speak one more time on the WIOA, though, because I think that the WIOA component is critical to our ability to lobby this in D.C. I think it's critical to our ability to lobby this in Sacramento, and I think it's critical in the future of the way WIOA was written, in that from here forth, we are going to be allocated funds based on performance. And so our ability to have the number of youth go through the program will be less because of this, and therefore could long-term reduce the total amount of allocation of funds. So this is like a compounded issue if we don't accept WIOA. I'm open to modifying the language to just say that any business implementing the WIOA program must utilize the state minimum wage for participants while in the program, which again has some of the restrictions, as Councilmember Austin said, with the 480 hours of certain groups. But within certain groups, for instance, veterans, unemployable veterans, there are certain changes in the timeline of when you can place them. And specifically within LA County, we set aside $1 million a few years ago to put the number of individuals that were requested by the federal government into work. And with the big push that we're doing to reduce veteran homelessness, we did not meet those goals. And part of that was not being able to meet those goals within the state minimum wage. Within this, under that time when we asked for that $1 million to be set aside, and we're very grateful for it, we did not meet those goals. We went back to the federal government and asked for an extension to meet those goals in an additional 12-month period, and we eventually met it in a longer timeline through matching grants of nonprofits, but it definitely put us in a very tough position, because once you lose that funding, regaining it is very difficult, because then you're taking it from another WIA that received it. So while I appreciate Councilmember Austin's expertise on the state definition of a intern, I hope that the background and experience of Commissioner Larkins and myself, actually many know that I have spoken at WIA conferences at the state level, and this is critical to our state's ability to maintain this funding long term. So I hope that the WIOA amendment or friendly amendment will be accepted. It's, I think, critical. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Richardson?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And quickly, I wanted to make sure that I know that we had time to actually look at the EDC's recommendation. I know that there are 2 additional steps that the Vice Mayor's motion suggests. What was the final date of to arrive at $15, Vice Mayor?
The final date to arrive at 15 goes into effect January 1, 2021.
And I want to just quickly, before we take a vote, just take a moment to talk about regionalism and talk about enforcement. I think at some point we're going to have to, if we do, if the sky doesn't fall and we go through the process you've outlined, we should, if we arrive at 15, be at the same place as the region for synergy in terms of enforcement and ensuring that our residents aren't sort of behind. So I would like to see, and I want to see if you're open to this, if that final date we can move it up 6 months to say July of 2020, so that should the study go well and everything is cruising, when we arrive there with the region. What do you think?
I see the value in staying aligned with the region, but here's where our challenge is. We started 6 months later from everybody else, and I don't think we need to be shy about this. Our effort here is different from other communities. I work in Santa Monica, so I follow that closely as well. It's different from Santa Monica. It's different from Los Angeles. And I think because we started later, it is reasonable to have our timeline comport, give folks enough time. So if I may, I'd like to stay with our timeline.
I don't have a challenge with that. Like I said, any given Tuesday, these things can change. It's our first crack at this. Not everybody's going to get everything that they want, but I do feel that we should make sure that we're at our, we're playing our part in the region. But I'm okay with the motion as it is.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that. Actually, I'm next on the list. Just two quick things, really quick. Some of this was discussed earlier. I just want to reiterate something before we just get passed over earlier today, the LAEDC, when they presented, they made a series of recommendations as business incentives, I guess. And so I just want to make sure that and I don't know if this needs to be part of the motion or not, but I just want to ask staff to, at least those I think need to come back to the council, or there needs to be some kind of discussion about those incentives. And they included everything from expanding the local preference program to our enterprise funds. I actually really like that. I know we don't do that now, but I think of the recommendations that they made, I think the idea of expanding local preference to the port and to the water department and to all the enterprise funds, I think would actually be a big benefit to local workers and and small businesses. So I just want to make sure that that's something that is looked at. Encouraging that for the community college district in Cal State Long Beach was mentioned. I want to make sure that we're doing that as well. And the other two items, and Vice Mayor, if you would consider also, they're not exactly germane to the motion schedule that you set, but I think they still have an impact. One thing that was discussed, I've heard it at some of the hearings, is this idea of creating some kind of business incentive to either whether it's a business license fee tax holiday or whether it's a business license fee opportunity, so that businesses that are going to be, obviously there will be impact, but there's also some kind of incentive on the city side. And so I don't know, Vice Mayor, if we could add, if staff could bring back some type of license fee tax holiday. I know that I think Councilwoman Mungo and Councilwoman Price had, and Councilmember Uranga, I think it was, have proposed and initiated a small business rebate program, and which I think is great. I think we all supported a great program. But I think that this could be something that, whether it's a part of it or on top of that, to create some kind of license fee benefit for businesses as an incentive. I'd like to look at that. So that's something we could bring back. And I think you mentioned, Mr. Modica, in your presentation that you already had a kind of cost to what that could look like. And so I'd like to actually have that come back to the council for discussion. Could we do that?
Yes, so we can certainly take a look at the recommendations in the LAEDC. And one thing I did want to add is one of their recommendations was to ask our local educational institutions to also do a local preference program. Would that be part of the motion as well?
It would.
Okay, and then we've got some of the cost already for the business license holiday, if you will. That's in your motion or in the materials today. We can also cost out expanding our current small business rebate program and bringing that up to potentially 20 employees or 25 employees. It's currently set at 10 employees. So we can bring back some additional information on that program.
Well, we were just discussing that actually, and actually that would be great. And if I think you could, particularly if we're classifying businesses as 25 and small businesses as 25 and under, I think to take that program and expand that for not just those that are under 10, but those that are at the 25 level, I think provides more, tax incentives and, reduction of fees for businesses at that level. And so if we could get kind of a listing of business incentives and what the kind of responses from city, I don't know, Vice Mayor, if you would be willing just to, as a side, add that?
I would. Thank you.
Okay, great. Councilmember Supernaw.
Thank you. I'd first like to get a point of clarification from the city attorney on the total earnings piece coming back. If you could just kind of recap what you're doing, and I'd also like to ask that piece come back prior to the final reading. If it's going to be an analysis that you are providing, I think council needs some time to analyze what you're analyzing.
Yes, Councilmember Supernaw, yes, it's my intention to take a look at this and put an opinion together for the review by the council prior to the first reading of what does come back on, should this motion be successful and we're directed to prepare an ordinance. So yes, I mean, we would take a look at that total earnings. We'll give you our best analysis. I think the people that spoke about it, it's going to be, there's no definitive answer out there that someone can point to, but we will take a look at it and give you our best estimate on that particular model.
Okay, thank you. And I assume that's okay with the maker of the motion, that it comes back prior to the first reading?
Yes.
Okay. I guess what we have here is, my fear is just basically unintended consequences. And with all the speakers here tonight, no one gave me an answer as to what do I tell my fixed income constituents who have home health care. They're going to lose hours, which is unacceptable. And I guess in hearing several folks talk about the high price, I need more money because of the high price of childcare. Where do they think the price of childcare is going to go? It's just that vicious cycle is what I have the biggest problem with. The other item that I'm kind of confused by, and I know the hour's late, so I'm kind of ready for confusion here, but the whole wage theft issue, to me, this is a state issue. It's the California Department of Industrial Relations. We had a new bill there in 2011. I think the governor just signed a new measure in October 2015. I'm confused as to what we're going to do on the city level other than refer people to get relief at the state area. I don't know if anyone has an explanation for that tonight, but I'm just saying that's something I don't understand. I think the state put $1 billion into enforcement plan in October. So again, I'm unclear there. With that, all that being said, I'd just like to thank everyone for your time tonight. The business owners, thank you, and to Mr. Hoffman, I hope you do reinvest in Long Beach. And I think it's incumbent on us as we move forward is to create some of those business incentives. We need to do everything we can to help the business community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so now we're back to the motion, and I want to just try to repeat the motions or let the Vice Mayor, there's two separate motions, so I'm going to let her repeat her two motions and make sure that we're all on the same page before we go to the final vote. So, Vice Mayor Lowenthal.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I just want to know if I can make a comment.
Actually, sir, I can't. There's a hearing process I have to follow as far as the
Just bear
order.
in mind, 60% of the labor in Long Beach
Sir, I
goes
can't-
outside of Long Beach.
I understand that. Sir, I can't. He doesn't, so he doesn't. I can't have to follow the process.
That's why.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Lowenthal.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the first motion.
Yeah, keep laughing. Boycott Long Beach.
Hey, guys, listen. The Vice Mayor now has the floor, so Vice Mayor Lowenthal.
Yes,
Thank you.
and I have a very, very low voice, so. Okay, so it's my turn now.
Hey, guys, ma'am, please, we have to continue. Vice Mayor has the floor. Thank you. Okay, thank you. I told the gentleman he couldn't continue, so we're fine. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
So, motion one is to approve recommendations of the Economic Development Commission with a wage schedule of $10.50 effective January 1, 2017. On January 1, 2018, it moves to $12. January 1, 2019 to $13 an hour. Small businesses with 25 or fewer employees and nonprofits have an additional year to implement the schedule, and the first increase would go into effect January 1, 2018 to $10.50. This new policy would also include city departments on the same schedule. It would require strong wage enforcement that is managed by the city and includes the private right of action for workers, mandatory posting, anti-retaliation claims clause, revocation power for the city, and a fine program for the city. The second motion, in early 2019, part of the first motion, in early 2019, launch a second study with the LAEDC to study minimum wage impacts on employment, sales tax, and overall impact on economy. That will be presented to the Long Beach City Council at a special hearing. The second motion is the pathway to $15 per hour proposal. If, after the study, we see no major negative impacts to jobs and the local economy, we continue on a pathway to $15 an hour. One, on January 1, 2020, the wage moves to $14 an hour. Secondly, on January 1, 2021, to $15 an hour. Small businesses with 25 or fewer employees get an additional year to implement the schedule, as well as nonprofits. Small businesses with 25 or fewer employees and all nonprofits get an additional year to implement the schedule. In 2023, the minimum wage will set the consumer price index for the LA metropolitan area.
Vice Mayor, and also there would be the amendment as proposed
Yes.
by CD8 on the intern program for up to 480 hours or 6 months.
And that would be to create a working and intern amendment, correct? That would allow employers to pay 85%
Yes.
of the minimum wage for 480 hours for 6 months.
And
Or
also,
6 months, whichever comes first.
that is correct. And then also the direct city attorney to prepare the opinion to come back prior to first reading.
Correct.
And then also to, I think, ask the city attorney to bring back the business incentives for approval or review of the council.
And also, Councilmember Mungo's second request for the city attorney to come back.
With information on following what's going on with total compensation.
Got it. That's it. I believe those were all the friendlies that were accepted, including the mayor's business
Okay, so
incentive rebate program.
before we vote on the two, and just real quick to clarify, how the vote, I'm assuming, Mr. City Attorney, we vote on motion 1, then motion 2, right? Is that?
That is correct. If motion 1 fails, then there'll be no
Motion two
vote on
is-
motion 2.
Okay, got it. So I have another speaker, Councilmember Mungo, then we'll go to the vote.
I just wanted to be sure that the motion for protecting our federal funds by providing a business incentive to businesses who employ under the WIOA standards was not accepted?
Correct, it was not.
Okay, I'd like to make a substitute motion of exactly everything that Vice Mayor Lowenthal said, with the addition of the exemption, not the exemption, I'm sorry, the business incentive for WIOA.
And if I could clarify on the WIA exemption, those are people that are in the program, not exceeding 480 hours, not qualified for the program, but they have to be in the program and only for 480 up to whatever the hour.
It's usually 480. There's, I think, one exception for reentry, I think is the exception, but I know that the
So-
WIOA DOL guidelines are very clear.
And it's a limited
Correct.
exemption.
Okay, just to be, I'm clear on the way the substitute works is, so the substitute goes on top of the two split questions, right? So you vote on the substitute, and then if that fails, then you go to the split questions, correct?
The substitute would need a second if it has a
I
second.
know it has a second from
Yes,
Councilmember
then
Cipriano.
that would be voted on first, and then you would go back to the
Got it.
vice mayor's original
Okay,
motion.
I just want to make sure we're doing the process correct. So, okay, perfect. So we have a substitute motion, which is essentially everything that was from the motion, but adding Councilman Mungo's additional part of the motion right now, seconded by Councilmember Cipriano. Let's go to Vice Mayor Lowenthal.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I appreciate Councilwoman Mungo's passion for the issue. I do think, given all of the discussion and the movement on the original motion, I'm going to ask my colleagues to vote no on the substitute motion and let us return back to the original motion.
Okay, and Councilmember Cipriano?
Oh, well, I had a substitute.
Oh, my.
And that would be to add, when this comes back for review, let's take that study out to bid, not necessarily go with LAEDC.
Okay. Do you want to see if that will be accepted by the maker of the original motion?
You know what? I don't know exactly how this works. at
Okay.
this point.
Well, 'cause I think that might be something that the original maker of the motion might accept.
Can you repeat that, please?
His substitute was when we do the second study to take that, instead of just automatically going to LADC, putting that study out to bid,
Of
and then,
course.
okay,
Of course.
okay.
Absolutely. That's very reasonable.
Okay, great. So we have a substitute motion by Councilwoman Mungo first. So please, members, cast your votes on that motion.
Motion fails.
Okay, now we have motion one of two. Motion one of two is essentially the recommendations by the Economic Development Commission, as read by Vice Mayor Lowenthal.
So, Mr. Mayor, point of order, should that be a friendly now?
What?
Councilmember Supernaw's recommendation? Should
Yeah,
that go into order
I think
now?
she accepted them.
Okay.
Yes,
But it was,
yes.
Okay, so I think she's accepting them right now. Yeah, you're right. Okay, so now is the Economic Development Commission's recommendations, which is on the floor, including Councilmember Supernaw's last addition he just made. Members, please go ahead and cast your votes on part one of the motion.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. And now we're moving on to the second motion, which is the first motion was the Economic Development Commission's recommendations. The second motion is the pathway to 15 as recommended by Vice Mayor Lowenthal. That is the second motion of the item. Members, please go ahead and cast your votes.
Motion carries.
What's the vote? Oh, thank you.
Okay, so I think same vote. I think that was the same vote as the first one. Okay, thank you. Okay, that was a long process, but I want to thank you all for getting through it. I'm going to take. We still have, believe it or not, more of an agenda. So I'm going to take a 1-minute recess, and then we'll get started back on.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and call the meeting back to order because we still have an agenda here. So if I can have everyone, please, that's going to stay around, take their seats. If we can take a roll call, please.
Councilwoman Gonzalez, Vice Mayor Lowenthal, Councilwoman Price, Councilmember Supernaw, Councilwoman Mungo, Councilman Andrews, Councilmember Uranga, Councilman Austin, Councilmember Richardson, Mayor Garcia.
I'm here as well. Thank you. Next item, please.
Report from Parks, Recreation, and Marine, recommendation to revoke water aerobics fees for seniors that were included as part of the fiscal year 2016 master fee and charges scheduled for Belmont Plaza Pool, District 3.
Thank you, guys. Guys, I need to obviously keep going on the meeting, so if I can have everyone that, if you guys want to chat outside, it would be great. Please, including our own staff. Mr. West.
Steve Scott. Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, the item before you tonight is to revoke the water aerobics fee for seniors at the Belmont Plaza Pool. Recall back in October of last year, the City Council directed staff to take the necessary steps to revoke the senior aquatic aerobics fee at Silverado, MLK, and Belmont Plaza Pool. So the action tonight is to